Digital innovation is accelerating across all industries and markets as companies invest to differentiate themselves. However, this also increases a company's risk. The digital attack surface is much broader across endpoints, network edges, and the cloud. Data breaches and ransomware continue to increase in sophistication. With Fortinet, trust you are protected everywhere your people, devices, and data are. Fortinet offers broad visibility across the entire attack surface, an integrated platform to reduce management complexity, and automation for fast and efficient operations. Fortinet, making possible a digital world you can always trust.
To live a peaceful life is one of the great liberties our Constitution seeks to protect. Uncertainties about the future, however, can rob one of this freedom. Here at GLO, we aim to bring peace by removing that uncertainty. We specialize in litigation, corporate law, family law, aviation, among many others. We cater to hundreds of clients from all over the country and abroad. All of them we treat with the same level of commitment and heart, no matter the scale.
At the end of the day, we're all doing things in service of others. We do our work for the client, and the client came to us to ensure the peace and safety of their community, their employees, their loved ones, and it's that shared sense of family that sets our relationship with our clients apart. Our clients are going through some of the most stressful moments of their lives, and our priority is relieving them of that uncertainty, and instead lead them to become more hopeful and powerful in the most objective, that they later become victorious and free from legal challenges.
We are a team comprised of people who are exceptional at what we do. All the lawyers in the team bring in a fresh perspective to the business, as well as that level of excellence our clients have grown to expect from us. We operate in a way that perfectly blends tradition and innovation. We pride ourselves in being able to adapt and keep up with the varying needs of our clients.
Every morning, we wake up knowing we can help at least one more person that day, not worry about legal troubles, about uncertainty. That gets us excited to wake up tomorrow and do it all again.
forefront of revitalizing the local economy, supporting marginalized and key sectors to accelerate our country's collective recovery. Amid challenges, we remain steadfast in providing accessible, responsive, and uninterrupted service. We leverage on technological solutions to address the evolving needs of our highly diverse customers in the new normal. We forge partnerships with other players to accomplish greater things and expand economic opportunities through collaboration and by working together. As a catalyst of growth, we continue to cultivate resiliency among individuals and families, businesses we assist to thrive, and communities we help transform. At Land Bank, serving the Filipino people and helping the nation grow takes center stage of everything we do. Land Bank, serving the nation.
First Park Homes was formed from the partnership between Century Properties Group and Mitsubishi Corporation, having that goal to raise the standards of community housing in the Philippines without costing too much. Unlike other housing communities, First Park Homes is actually what they call the 4 C's. It's the brand pillars which they follow. It stands for complete, conceptive, connected, and convenient. Oh, complete because their homes are fully finished, which means the walls are painted, you got your complete flooring. This place is secure and you got provisions to expand. Basically, all you need are your furniture and you're ready to move in. How easy is that? Conceptive because First offers amenities which go beyond the basic. Get this. For every subdivision, there is a specific theme for the amenities which can be enjoyed by both young and young at heart. They have amenities that promote the arts, encourage good health, build social development, and strengthen the community. Like for example, in Bulacan, they have these life-sized board games. In Lipa, they have traditional Pinoy games, and they even have an outdoor cinema. I think it's really amazing that they're introducing unique amenities for families to enjoy. First aims to keep everyone connected to life essentials. Imagine, they even have a shuttle to bring you to nearby transport hubs. Now that is hassle-free. Lastly, convenient. Owning your first home is now easy through First's simplified buying process. Owning a First Park home is more than just an investment. It's your first home that lasts.
Mission to serve millions of customers across retail. With diverse offerings, and brands. integrated property developments across many locations. With new malls, residential projects, commercial properties, hotels and convention centers, leisure and resorts, and in banking and financial services. To reach our customers, embracing innovation and committed to the happiness of our customers, to the development of our youth. In our aim for continued growth of our businesses and positive contribution to the nation.
Every single day, millions of people move around Metro Manila. Our vision is to be the commuter's choice in public transportation by providing a safe, reliable, efficient, and comfortable journey. The Ikot Manila app is now here to be your companion in your everyday LRT1 trip. Just create an account and easily navigate through all the useful information. Plan ahead. Track real-time LRT1 train arrivals and departures. Know the exact fare per destination. Check the crowd situation per station. Click report for your feedback or reach us via the chat button for any assistance. While you're at it, why not check out our curated list of places of interest and rediscover Manila. Tara na't mamasyal, mag-food trip, at mag-shopping. Are you ready to get the most out of your train ride? Download the app now and have a better and more exciting trip.
With the COVID-19 situation we are facing, we at LRMC are doing everything we can to keep LRT1 safe for our passengers, employees, and partners. We have intensified our disinfection activities to make sure that high-touch surfaces and high-traffic areas remain sanitary. We've also invested in tools and technologies such as UV cleaning. At LRMC, we are always looking for opportunities to innovate and be more efficient and effective in keeping LRT1 safe and reliable.
Kami po ay nagpapatupad ng karagdagang alituntunin upang lalo pong mapangalagaan ang inyong kapakanan lalong-lalo na po sa panahong ito ng krisis dulot ng COVID-19. These additional health and safety protocols are consistent with our mission, which is to provide all of you a safe, reliable, efficient, and comfortable journey. We hope for your utmost cooperation and understanding. Ingat po sa biyahe.
first time that the Private Education Assistance Committee will be hosting a virtual conference. So the PhilEd conference actually happens every 2 years, and we tackle a lot of issues and challenges, especially for the private education sector. So for this year, as can be seen from the theme, we're talking about reimagining schools and learning beyond COVID-19. We all know where the private schools are at this time. School year 21-22 has just started, and we are all reeling from the effects of COVID-19 and how it disrupted school year 2020-21. So we'd like to hold this conference now, despite the difficulties and the challenges of doing a virtual conference, because we'd like the sector to come together to talk about how we can better respond to all of these disruptive situations such as COVID-19.
Lupang hinirang, duyan ka ng magiting. Sa matulungin, di ka pasisil. Sa dagat at bundok, sa simoy at sa langit mong buhaw. May dalagang tula at awit sa paglayang inaahan. Ang kisap ng wataw at lu'y tagumpay na nagniningning. Ang bituin at araw niya kailan pa may di magniningning. Lupa ng araw ng walhati ng suka, walang isa pinto. Aming ligaya na pag may mga atin na pumatay ng dahil sa'yo.
Hello, I am Dante II, Chairman and CEO of the Philippines. Let me first greet our guests, the Honorable Dr. Kendrick Chua, NEDA Secretary, the Honorable Jose Maria Joey Concepcion, Presidential Advisor for Entrepreneurship and founder of Negosyo, Dr. Ndiame Diop, World Bank Country Director, Ms. Cosette Canilao, Aboitiz InfraCapital President and CEO, Mr. Rodolfo Montesa, Land Bank Senior Vice President, colleagues in media, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon and welcome to the Manila Times Anniversary Business Forum. As many of you have heard, we are celebrating the 123rd founding of our newspaper this month, and the anniversary theme we chose for this year urges the country to move forward despite COVID-19. As we have said in several editorials, the pandemic is likely to linger for many more years to come, even with cases now receding, without that we shall see a clear break marking the end of this health crisis and a new beginning. Meanwhile, we cannot wait until a break is evident before shifting our economic recovery into higher gear. As others have said, we simply have to live with COVID-19 now. That is why we support the moves to gradually reopen the economy, even as the health authorities ramp up vaccinations across the country. Also, we support the start of the trial face-to-face classes, even though inoculations for some learners and the general population has just been approved. Overall, we hope to see the economy open up more, even as we constantly encourage people to follow simple but proven health precautions, including regularly washing their hands, avoiding crowds and gatherings whenever possible, and wearing face masks properly. Learning to live with the pandemic does not mean ignoring the threats posed by COVID-19. As we also said in past editorials, we urge the government to prepare contingencies for future COVID-19 surges without resorting to the hard lockdowns imposed in the early stages of the pandemic. By now, we hope the authorities have developed the capability to rapidly set up field hospitals and quarantine facilities in order to reserve valuable hospital beds for the most severe COVID-19 cases and for other patients requiring serious medical care. Even as we reopen, the government still needs to do certain things better. In other parts of the country, for instance, the problem is not the lack of vaccines, but insufficient nurses and other medical personnel to man vaccination centers. We hope to see more frequent testing and better contact tracing. Moving forward does not mean setting aside these issues, but doing them better and more efficiently. If we can do these, we can be more confident about turning our collective attention to the future. Our speakers today, I believe, are also advocates of reopening the economy. We hope to hear from them what actual precautions and other programs are in place to get the economy and the entire country back on track. I'm sure that we are all eager to hear what they have to say. Before yielding the screen to our speakers, allow me to thank all those who made this anniversary business forum possible. Thank you to our co-presenters, Fortinet, Gia, Law, Gargantiel, Ilagan, and Atanante, Infinivan Incorporated, Land Bank of the Philippines, First Park Homes, SM Investments Corporation, Talk Shop Company, and Wilcon Depot. Thank you also to our sponsors, Light Trail Manila Corporation, the private operator of LRT-1, the Private Education Assistance Committee, or PEA, Reyes Tacondong and Company, and SunTrust Properties Incorporated. Our appreciation also goes to our special partners, Aboitiz, Ayala Land Incorporated, BioCare Life Sciences Incorporated, Buklod, Embassy of India in Manila, India Business Forum, Lacson and Lacson Insurance Brokers Incorporated, Las Casas Filipinas de Acuzar, Maybank Philippines Incorporated, the Philippines Amusement and Gaming Corporation or PAGCOR, Paymaya, PwC Philippines, San Miguel Corporation, Sheraton Manila, Odena Corporation, and Yale Track Philippines Incorporated. Thank you to our organizational partners, the British Chamber of Commerce of the Philippines, the French Chamber of Commerce and Industry in the Philippines, the Italian Chamber of Commerce in the Philippines, the Davao Chamber of Commerce and Industry Incorporated, the Financial Executives Institute of the Philippines or FINEX, the Management Association of the Philippines or MAP, and our media partner, the Manila Times TV. Last but not least, thank you to all those watching this forum. As usual, you may expect stories from today's event published in the print edition of the Manila Times and in the Manila Times digital edition, as well as on our website and social media platforms. Now let us get started. I will now introduce our first speaker. Secretary Kendrick Chua joined the NEDA last April 20, 2020. His top three priorities upon being appointed as Socioeconomic Planning Secretary amid the COVID-19 crisis include fast-tracking the national ID system, the Economic Recovery Plan, and Build program. Prior to his appointment, he was Undersecretary for Strategy, Economics, and Results Group in the Department of Finance. In this capacity, he helped the government implement the 10-point socioeconomic agenda by ensuring equitable and sustainable financing through the Comprehensive Tax Reform Program. During his tenure at DOF, he led the tax reform team to work with Congress to pass a Tax Reform for Acceleration and Inclusion or TRAIN law, which corrected the long-standing inequity of the tax system by reducing income tax rates while providing funding for the government's Build infrastructure program. Then Undersecretary Chua was also critical in the passage of three pieces of legislation increasing excise taxes on sin products such as tobacco, alcohol, and e-cigarettes to fund the Universal Healthcare Program. Prior to joining the government, he was the World Bank Senior Country Economist for the Philippines. In this capacity, he advised the government on strategies and policies to attain more inclusive growth, the type that creates more and better jobs and reduces poverty. In his last 2 years in the World Bank, he spent 1.5 years working on Mindanao, where he led a team to conduct in-depth research for the 2016 Mindanao Jobs Report, a comprehensive strategy for the island group's development. The study's inclusive approach integrated the insights of government, business, labor, civil society, and vulnerable groups who are often left out in the engagement process, such as indigenous groups, Moro women, out-of-school youth, combatants, and internally displaced people. He was with the World Bank for 12 years from 2004 to 2016. Secretary Chua
Recording in progress.
Secretary Chua completed his MA in Economics in 2003 and in his PhD in Economics in 2011 at the University of the Philippines School of Economics. Prior to joining the World Bank, he was assistant professorial lecturer of mathematics and economics at the Ateneo de Manila University, where he also completed his BS in Management and Engineering in 2000. He was a consultant for several local development and partner-funded projects in the area of economics and fiscal policy. Secretary Chua was named one of the 10 outstanding young men and women, TOYM, in January 2019 by the Junior Chamber of Commerce International Philippines. He's married and has one child, and his hobby is astronomy, and his little boy is named a star, Kid. Secretary Chua, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Dante. Good afternoon to all the viewers. Congratulations on the Manila Times 123rd anniversary. It's been a long while. I'm sure you have covered, well, not you, but the people before you have covered the 1918 flu pandemic. So it would be interesting to know what really happened. It would be interesting to look at your archives, and maybe in a year or two, because the pandemic that time took 3 years, we would see a full recovery. And that is, in fact, what I wanted to talk about in this meeting. Let me share my slide. For this afternoon, I would like to give everyone an update on the Philippine economic recovery. And this is by no means a comprehensive presentation. I will just try to cover the key points that we have been seeing in the economy after 1.5 years through this pandemic. So let me begin with the progress in the first 3 quarters of 2021. First of all, our Philippine economic growth has begun to recover, but its sustainability will depend on our actions, the actions that we will take in dealing with this pandemic or the virus. It is becoming very clear that we should be moving from a pandemic mentality to an endemic mentality. And I will explain later why we have to do that. Our solid growth prior to the COVID-19 pandemic of around 6%, unfortunately went way down in 2020 as we had to shut down 75% of the economy at the peak of the enhanced community quarantine, but we have slowly recovered. And the latest number that we are seeing is a positive 11.8% growth in the second quarter. In the second week of November, we will be seeing the third quarter GDP growth. And this important progress is not only due to base effects, it is also due to the effort, all our effort to manage the pandemic better, as I will explain later. There are many indicators of progress, and I will highlight some. We take a monthly survey of the manufacturing production, and from a significant decline in 2020, that is the red line, we are seeing the volume of production index almost near the 100 level. So we are not very far from a normal level of 100. And we are seeing this also in terms of our exports, particularly of electronic products. Last year, we were typically below the 50. 50 is the number that is what we are monitoring. Above 50 means there are more orders coming. Below 50 is the orders are less than what are being produced. And we have consistently seen the numbers in 2021 at 50 or above. Except for the dip in August, when a slight dip in August because of global concerns around the Delta variant and also some supply chain problem. But in general, we are seeing significant progress. I hope the media would report all this small progress also. In terms of merchandise export growth, from big negatives in the same period in 2020, we are seeing double-digit growth. There are, of course, some base effects, but we are in general seeing our exports recovering quite strongly as the rest of the world recovers from the virus. In terms of our merchandise import growth, this is a strong indicator of our capacity to consume and also to build our infrastructure program. They are also very strong double-digit growth in 2021. And at this pace, we are seeing significant recovery in both our consumption spending and our capital formation. Now, in terms of government spending on infrastructure or capital outlay, we have been able to increase that significantly as of the second quarter of 2021. So from 170 billion total spending a year ago, we were able to increase that to 282. And the numbers I'm seeing, preliminary numbers I'm seeing in the third quarter shows a continuous increase of our infrastructure spending. And this is one of the biggest contributor to our growth in the last 5 years. Now, in terms of the job numbers, we are also seeing some progress. Of course, we would like that to be better. Our pre-pandemic unemployment rate was around 5.3% before the imposition of the ECQ last year. That went up to as high as 17.6%. And since this year, we have been measuring unemployment monthly instead of quarterly. And we have seen it gradually coming down to around 7 to 8%. And this is 3 percentage points higher than the pre-pandemic. So we still have a bit of work to do as we reopen the economy and bring back some of the jobs. Now, in terms of underemployment, we have seen it going down to the level last seen before the pandemic. So before the pandemic, our underemployment rate, basically those with job but are not earning enough, so are looking for more work, was 14.8% in the first quarter of 2020. The latest number as of August is 14.8. So we are not very far, or rather we are actually in the same area of underemployment as compared to the pre-pandemic level. And we continue to monitor this as an indication of the quality of work. And although there are still many part-time work and we haven't reached full capacity yet, we expect to see improving in the coming months as we open the economy further. Now, there is a very strong correlation in most months between the quarantine restriction and the job creation. Basically, the way to interpret this chart is every time we move to a higher quarantine level, at least in the earlier months, we see the job numbers going down. Whenever we relax, we see the job numbers going back to where it is or it should be. Basically, it is very sensitive to the level of quarantine. So for instance, between January 2020, the green bar, where there was no quarantine, and April 2020, the red bar, where there was the toughest ECQ, we lost 8.7 million jobs. But the moment we opened up a bit in July, we recovered almost 90% of the jobs, or 7.5 million. And then we entered another round of ECQ or MECQ in August of 2020, if you remember. So we lost 1.5 million jobs. But since then, we have been building it. But every time we revert to an ECQ, for instance, in April and sometime in July, August, we saw some job losses. The good news is we are able to recover all the jobs lost plus 1.7 million more, roughly following the population growth of working age people. By no account is this a perfect indicator. We are continuously monitoring this together with other indicators to gauge the improvements in the welfare of the people. Another indicator that we are monitoring to determine whether we should recalibrate our policy is basically the visits to the public transport. In 2020, in around April, the visit to the transport station fell by 80%. That is the big drop in the red line that you see. That is when we shut down all public transport. But since then, we have gradually allowed most public transport to return. And in 2021, even with the imposition of the ECQ last April and again in August, we did not shut down public transport. We allowed it to continue operating at reduced capacity. We have learned to manage the risk and not just hide from it. That is why, despite the ECQ and the heightened quarantines in 2021, we are able to get people back to work. Transport is down on average 30 to 40% in the second quarter of 2021, and the latest number is it is only down by 24%. This is largely due to the seat capacity restriction, but more and more people are taking their bicycles and other forms of transport to go to work. Those actually going back to the office is also showing some important improvement. Last year, we were down 80% during an ECQ. this year, even during an ECQ in August, we were down only 30 to 40%. And the latest is we are down 25%. And the majority of this are workers who are working in industries where close contacts and crowds are unavoidable. And also some parents who have to skip work or do part-time work, like me, to school their children at home. So these are important indicators that tell us the direction of our third quarter economic performance. Another thing I wanted to mention is that we are very concerned about our inflation rate. During a pandemic where income is reduced, we do not want the people to be hit twice with higher inflation. From inflation below, on average, 2 to 3% last year, we are seeing the inflation moving up close to around 5% as of September of 2021. And a major reason for that is just one product. It is the supply of pork. However, in NCR, notice that we are able to improve inflation significantly from 4.3% at the start of the year to 3.5%, which is within the central bank's target. This shows that the government's policy to allow the temporary importation of pork has worked, at least in NCR. But because of some restrictions that does not allow its movement outside supermarkets, to the wet market, and to the regions, that is the reason why outside NCR, the overall inflation is higher at 5.2%. And we are recalibrating our policy to allow more of the imported food that we are seeing benefiting NCR population to be also felt outside the NCR. And that is our focus at this time. This is an example of the inflation that we are seeing. It has gradually increased over the last year. By the start of 2021, it was 50.1%. It reached as high as 58.4%. But the moment we implemented the executive order, increasing the minimum access volume and reducing the tariff temporarily, you can see the significant decline. However, we are not yet seeing the optimal level of importation, and our African swine fever is not yet fully addressed. That is why we are not seeing a full recovery yet of the pork inflation, but we are seeing significant progress already, and we hope to see more in the coming months. Now, in general, I believe that the better management of risk in 2021 will allow us to grow by 4 to 5% this year and 7 to 9% next year, and returning to our pre-pandemic growth path of 6 to 7% in the outer years. There are 3 enablers: the acceleration of vaccination program. This is something that really is going to be the major game changer to get people back to a normal life. I will also discuss later the need to safely reopen more of the economy while strictly adhering to health protocols. And 97% of the people do not have COVID or are not at high risk of getting COVID. And most of those and those that been infected or are not likely to be infected can take care of themselves by following the health standards. And finally is the full implementation of the recovery package that are already well enacted and simply needs to be accelerated and given more sense of urgency. Now let me talk about recent developments. The good news is we have brought down the cases significantly in the last month. Yes, we had a surge. It exceeded 20,000 per day at some point. However, our hospital system did not collapse. Yes, there were many falling in line in the hospitals, but the hospitals did not collapse. Sadly, many people also died. However, even with our recalibrated way of dealing with the pandemic. That is, yes, we imposed the ECQ, but we allowed most workers to go back to work. We did not shut down the public transport. We did not impose curfew on the workers. We can balance these two needs and bring down cases. So our cases now have gone down to a level that is low enough to allow further reduction in the quarantine status to alert level 2 or better in the coming weeks. 77% of the economy is still in heightened quarantine. However, if you look at the new ones, and of course you cannot compare the level of quarantine this year with that of last year, even if they sound the same, one will notice, and especially one would notice if you go out to the street and to the commercial areas, that people appear to have internalized the pandemic already. In other words, they have made it endemic in their lives, and therefore people are simply just moving about with their daily routine and just taking care of themselves. So I do not think that even with the level of quarantine that we saw in the third quarter, the economy would not be growing. I believe it will be growing because of the data and the change in paradigm mentality and approach that we are seeing in the last quarter. This is the status of our vaccination program. We have already 30 million doses that were given the first dose and 25 million that were given the second dose. And this is important because in areas such as the NCR area, 75% have been vaccinated. And in the major urban areas, they are close to around 50 to 60%. And I think an extra push for another month will allow us to almost fully open the economy, definitely by the end of the year or early next year. We are also starting the vaccination of children 15 and up, and then later 12 and up, and hopefully we can do those 5 and up in the coming months. Now, I would like to end with just to give everyone an idea that our actions today on the pandemic and against COVID does not come without consequence. There are future costs also to future generations, and without understanding the future costs, it would not be a complete understanding of what we are doing today. So NEDA spent 6 months together with our partners in the development partner community and the think tanks to try to understand in depth what our actions cost us today and in the future. And we found that the long-run total cost of COVID to the quarantine, and the quarantines rather, to the present and future society, meaning your children and grandchildren, is at 41.4 trillion pesos in 2020 net present value prices. In 2020, the economy fell by 4.3%. Over the next 10 to 40 years, it might likely be 37 trillion peso lower. The reason for this is consumption and investment are likely to be lower in the next 10 years due to lower demand in sectors that require social distancing. I am not sure, but of course I am trying to be hopeful, if these sectors like amusement, tourism, restaurant, and public transport can operate sustainably at a very high capacity or 100%. I think it will take a few years before we gradually build up the capacity depending on the confidence level of the people. Of course, if the consumption and investment will be lower, then tax revenues will be lower. But after the 10th year, the economy is expected to converge to the pre-pandemic growth path. This does not mean we will take 10 years to recover. That is the wrong conclusion that was reported in some outlets. We will recover to our pre-pandemic level by early 2023 or late 2022, but we will converge to our original growth path maybe around the 10th year. And this is not very bad. Some countries, they experience a crisis and it has taken them 20, 30, or even 40 years to recover, or some have not. So we should take this as a good sign that the economy is strong enough to recover. However, workers' productivity in the next 10 to 40 years will also be lower due to death, illness, lack of schooling. And this is something that we need to seriously address, because 1 year loss of schooling is going to trigger 11 trillion peso worth of lost productivity over the lifetime of the worker. And firms and establishments which hire these young people later on will see lower productivity. And we don't want that to happen. Unfortunately, if we close face-to-face schooling for another year, then the 11 trillion becomes more or less 22 trillion. That is why I'm very hopeful and will work to review the data to see to what extent we can reopen face-to-face schooling soon. To summarize, we can ensure strong recovery in 2021 and 2022 with growth rates of 4 to 5% this year and 7 to 9% next year if we accelerate the vaccination. And I think at this point, it is about vaccinating everyone with the least restrictions or prioritization. As soon as the supply comes, my thinking is we should vaccinate everyone who is available and willing. That will help speed up our achievement of our goal. Then is to manage the risk better. We have started that. We have shifted to alert level. I think there is opening to lower the alert level to 2 soon. We hope to allow more children to have a more normal life by going back to school physically, so that and families also going out, and they can, and as we see in the past year and a half, many people, the far majority, can take care of themselves, and we limit our lockdowns to local area. And the idea here is that the lockdowns or quarantines doesn't solve the problem, it only postpones a surge. What will reduce the surge is our adherence to the PDITR, or the Prevent, Detect, Isolate, Treat, and Recover strategy. And finally, we implement the recovery program. And I'm thinking we will need to review the medium-term budget so that we can put in more resources, reallocate more resources to the areas such as education and health, and the overall human capital spending to close the gap that was enlarged by the COVID-19 pandemic. So thank you very much. I hope that was a useful summary of where we are today and what we need to do.
Thank you, Secretary Chua. Yes, very useful, very interesting. For those who are wishing to ask questions, I encourage you to use the Q&A feature on Zoom. I noticed that there was at least one hand raised in the audience, but please type in your questions in the Q&A feature. We shall endeavor to ask as many of them as possible, but we only have 10 minutes today to ask Secretary Chua questions because he has to get back to running the economy. With that, I'd like to bring in my co-moderator this morning, my colleague and fellow editorial writer, Ben Kritz, to ask the first question. Ben?
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you for that, Secretary. And I'm also reminded to pause for a second to thank the Sheraton Manila for our refreshments today. I have a number of questions for you, but I think the one that everybody probably wants to ask is the elephant in everyone's room right now. What are your views on the skyrocketing fuel prices and the growing calls for some adjustment or even suspension of the fuel excise tax? I have a pretty strong opinion about that, and I think we've also expressed that in an editorial, but I'd like to hear what you have to say about it.
Okay, thank you very much, Ben. On the fuel, I believe the central bank has looked into this And their estimate is, despite the increase in global fuel prices, it will allow us to maintain our inflation target this year and next year. However, there are some sectors that may be more affected by the increase in fuel price. And this is nothing new. We have seen that in earlier years when we implemented the tax reform for acceleration and inclusion in 2018. It came with also globally high fuel price. And like before, we are doing the same social mitigating measures to help the certain sectors. For instance, number one, we have allocated already 1 billion peso to support the public utility jeepneys COPE. And this is something we did in 2018 and also earlier in 2012. So we will continue that. There is a budget, I believe, this year of 3 billion for service contracting. We will make sure to fully spend that. Another thing that would help alleviate certain sectors like the public transport is our rethinking of the seat capacity restriction. Of course, if you currently there is a 50% capacity restriction. Of course, that means the income is only half. We are going to review that in light of the recent data that shows that 75% are vaccinated, the Delta risks have fallen, so that the public transport sector can see better income going forward. Now, it also depends whether this global fuel price is temporary or more permanent. So our policy will be recalibrated as we see the data evolve. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Klink, do you have a question? I have some more, but we only have a few minutes, so go ahead.
Well, yeah, I have several as well, but we have limited time. Let me ask another elephant in the room: the elections in 2022. I know that the central bank in the past has not been concerned with any possible disruptions of politics and the economic progress of the Philippines. But, we've had the pandemic since then. And I was wondering what your views are, Mr. Secretary, on the possible impact of the political season. What do you anticipate? And do we have anything to be concerned about the recovery that we hope to realize for next year?
Yeah, I think the people and the various political groups are converging on the need to, number one, focus on the recovery. Number two, our administration, this administration has built on top of the progress of previous administration on many areas, including maintaining strong macroeconomics, maintaining fiscal prudence. We built on the reforms of the previous administration to move some of the important reforms that we are seeing today, like the tax incentives rationalization. We implemented a national ID that has long been being prepared. We built on, improved upon the infrastructure program. So all of these, I think, are very clear measures of progress that are benefiting the people and would not be easy to reverse. I think everyone is seeing the benefits of all this. So I would not be very much concerned because we already have a track record of building on top of the work, even if every 3 or 6 years we have a political cycle. Thank you.
Secretary, there's a question here, I think in relation to that. Especially to Bill from Romeo Bernardo. He was asking, among other things, if it can be sustained, the high level to GDP, infrastructure spending to GDP can be sustained in the next administration. And there's a question here, can you stick around and help the next administration, is the question.
Okay, I will answer the first. I think it is sustainable. We have implemented a series of tax reforms. Before the pandemic and during the pandemic, This attests to the importance of the tax reform program. It also creates an environment where there is global confidence in the Philippine economy and the management of the economy. Over the medium term, I still see the medium-term infrastructure budget to be around 5%. There is still a big infrastructure gap. And as we grow to become an upper middle income country, we will realize that we need to upgrade some of our infrastructure to be smarter, more technologically aligned with the developments and more innovative. So I still see an important area of infrastructure that needs to be sustained and funded. Thank you.
Right. So if invited by the next government, you're still willing to forgo your academic profession and stick with government? Anyway,
there is a time for everything.
Anyway, I have one last question before I turn it over to Ben. I'm sure he has some other questions, but again, on the build. Your focus has been ensuring that the build program has been inclusive. But since those plans have been drafted, we've had the pandemic, and we've seen some shifts in the structural form of the economy, moving toward the more digital side of consumption. I was wondering, if we are to continue devoting more resources to infrastructure development, what would be some of the priority infrastructure projects that you think the next administration should consider?
Well, we have focused most of our infrastructure program on road infrastructure. And that is rightly so, because we have a very big gap over many decades, and also in transport infrastructure, where I think we can provide more focus is on the digital and IT infrastructure. And we have an enabler for this, the national ID. As of today, I think almost 40 million have already been registered. I think 37 to 40 million have already been registered to the national ID. That is going to be a game changer in the way people transact with government and the private sector to be more financially inclusive. So with that, that will open a lot of new opportunities in digital and IT and other non-transport type of infrastructure.
Okay, I think, Ben, you have the last question. I'm sorry, I ate up a lot of your time.
No, that's fine. One of our viewers, Arnie Gabiana, has asked a question that I'm also very curious about too. So let me ask you this: to put on your prediction hat a little bit. What major events will happen in the Philippines for the year 2022 that you think will greatly affect the economy? I mean, obviously the election's a big one, but what else do you think might happen?
Well, I cannot think of anything right now, but as you know, in 2020, no one predicted that we would have a coronavirus. So, elections and the political cycle are all internalized, so we know about that. Management of the coronavirus as we know it is also being internalized. So it must be something beyond that. But I cannot predict that.
Okay, that's probably a safe answer. Klink, anything else?
Well, I have some more, but I think we would rather have Secretary Chua go back to looking over our recovery. But maybe we can ask Secretary Chua for your final words before we move on. Any final messages?
To thank everyone and also to assure that the economic team, we have been looking at the economy very closely. It is not really about economy versus health. No, it is the total health of the people, whether it is against COVID or non-COVID illnesses, hunger, and poverty. This is something that we are very concerned about, and that is why we would like to shape policy and manage the way we do things and manage the risk so that we can recover and make 2021 a strong ending and make 2022 onwards even stronger, bringing back the economy back on track for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretary Chua, and thank you for your time this afternoon.
Thank you very much.
All right, so now I'll move on now and introduce our next guest speaker. He is none other than Jose Maria Joy Concepcion III. Mr. Concepcion was appointed as Presidential Advisor for Entrepreneurship by President Rodrigo Duterte to help in the MSME development. He's also Chairman of the ASEAN Business Council, Advisory Council in the 2017 Philippine Chairmanship of ASEAN. He's the founder of the Philippine Center for Entrepreneurship, Negosyo. It aims to alleviate poverty by empowering entrepreneurs and eventually transform the country into an enterprising nation. Negosyo has become an inspiring and motivational movement that also empowers the Filipino with entrepreneurship education as the way to succeed in life and business. He is the President and CEO of RFM Corporation, the Chairman of the RFM Unilever Ice Cream Corporation, and Director and Executive Committee member of the Concepcion Industries Incorporated. Mr. Concepcion was also one of the 10 outstanding young men of the Philippines, just like Secretary Chua, but he was named to this honor in 1995. Recognized in the Time Global 100 list of young leaders of the millennium, and was also hailed by Forbes Asia as one of the 48 heroes of philanthropy in 2011. It was also awarded by the Republic of India with the Padma Shri Award last April 2018. In the advent of COVID-19, the Philippine business sector, led by Mr. Concepcion as Presidential Advisor, conceived the Project ARC that pushes for COVID-19 testing innovations. Its mission is to make massive testing accessible and affordable in the workplace and in communities to save jobs, lives, and livelihoods. He has also led a Dose of Hope, which is an initiative that secured millions of doses of the COVID-19 vaccine for the Philippines. It was a tripartite agreement joining the private sector, the government, and the vaccine manufacturer. Its goal is to secure supplies for the government as the demand continues to increase around the world. Good afternoon, Presidential Advisor Concepcion.
Good afternoon, Dante ang II. Most often I'm speaking to your father, and I'd like to thank Manila Times for your support in all our efforts. A lot of our success basically is because people in media are supporting us in voicing our concerns on how we can really move forward and get this economy running. Let me start by saying that as an advisor, my first time to be an advisor to a president was during President Gloria Macapagal Arroyo's time. And this is when when I felt that it was good to create an organization that will really focus on micro, small, and medium enterprises. As we know that while the large corporations of the country, the large and extra large corporations of this country basically comprise just 1% in number, but in terms of capital resources and level of income, surely the MSMEs dwarf in that size, because 99% are MSMEs, and they're basically just 1 or 2% of the entire Philippine economy. And my trust was really to try to achieve prosperity for all and try to make the economy more inclusive and really big business embracing MSMEs, making them part of the entire supply chain and helping them scale up. As you know, I was an entrepreneur when I started a small business, and I joined my father in starting and working for the company, which was primarily in flour milling. And my first experience was buying brands that many people thought were, sleeping giants. And Selecta and Cosmos Bottling at that time was a challenger to many of these brands like Magnolia and Coca-Cola. But they were a very far challenger. Market share of maybe Selecta at that time was not even 0.01%. When we bought that company, it was only like 20 million peso sales revenue. Cosmos Bottling was maybe 100 million. And we took these brands. We took these brands to greater heights, and today Selecta is the market leader in ice cream. And in Cosmos, we took it and became number one, and eventually sold the business to Coca-Cola for a good price. The reason why I say this is because we really have to mentor our MSMEs so that they can really ride through and grow. And in the past 16 years that Go Negosyo started, we've really basically focused on 3 M's: mentorship, money, and market. And I can see in Manila Times, you can see generation from generation. Your father has mentored you to where you are now, and that is very important. And not many of the MSMEs have the capability of getting good mentors, and especially those who are at the C, D, E sector, where poverty is the biggest challenge. Their own parents are also not equipped, and capable of really mentoring their children, and that's where education comes in, and that's where access to mentors come in. And this is what we are now providing in the last 16 years. Close to 700 mentors from all over, for agriculture, digital, etc. Well experienced. Now, giving access to these mentors are very essential as people want to scale up their businesses or even start their business. And of course, money and market are very important. The 2 other M's: money. Without money, capital, equity, or funds from the bank, it's very hard to grow your business. And many of the micro entrepreneurs struggle in this area. Unlike the large companies, because of track record, they are able to borrow and leverage, and they can go to the capital market. And of course, market access is really a challenge, especially for the small ones, because unlike if you're big, if you're selling your products in supermarkets, you can pay listing fees, you have greater access. So the game changer here is digitalization, basically. The shift towards digitalization is very important, and we've seen that in this pandemic. This pandemic has brought about a way to survive. And in this way, my role as an advisor to then PGMA, now to President Duterte, in trying to get our entrepreneurs scale up, has been challenged in this administration. Why? Because of this pandemic. So while we mentor them, while we continue to provide them access to money, and while we teach them on making the digital shift, especially in this pandemic, as we can see, the benefit of this pandemic, it has forced many people to move to a digital platform. Platforms such as Lazada, Shopee, and many of the transport platforms have just really boomed in this past 19 months. People were forced to get a GCash or a PayMaya account to be able to transact easily over digitally, and creating this e-wallet is a big plus in allowing our MSMEs to be able to transact and receive cash and pay people digitally. And this is a great the pandemic has caused so much problems. This has created a opportunity, and forced many Filipinos. Without this pandemic, I don't see that the digital shift would have been this fast and so abrupt. So somehow this has widened the reach. More than just being on the offline, they have now moved online, and it's those combined efforts plus the mentorship that we are providing for digital platforms through the efforts of both Globe and PLDT. And of course, now market access and money access are going to be the thing of the future. And like today's meeting, who would like to go and drive a car and attend a speaking engagement? It's so convenient to appear in, television shows and meetings just through Zoom or the various different platforms. So I think what this pandemic has done, it has pushed all of us to move towards a digital world. Now, my role really here in helping the government, I'm not part of the IATF. I was invited, but I felt it was best for me to retain my role as, I'm not even employed by the government. I'm not paid by the government. I don't have a budget from the government. These are basically work that is funded by our group and the private sector who has supported me for the past 16 years. And my goal really is to really hold the hands of our MSMEs to get them through this pandemic. And 19 months ago, we were the first group who fought for antibody test kits. At that time, everybody found it, what's this guy doing? I mean, we have the PCR test at that time. I was a bit of argument between the medical doctors and myself. And at one point, I lost my cool and said the wrong things. But what the business people wanted to do at that early time of the pandemic is to create visibility. Because when you're at war, even if you have a weapon that maybe is 50% effective, it's better than not having anything. And at that point in time, I told the president in my first and only meeting with him in that year, I remember, was to recommend the purchase of antibody test kits, which they were using before you enter the policy. Imagine, that was the only testing method at that point in time. I remember March of 2020. And it provided some visibility for them. Of course, we know that antibodies test kits can miss. So, and the government then ordered 2 million test kits. At that point in time, there was hardly any PCR test available because I don't believe that the government realized that this pandemic was going to be where it is today. Nobody ever thought that it would aggravate to a level that really affected the entire world. And of course, the Philippines, I would have to say, didn't have enough testing capacity. So then in that same meeting, I was telling the president, well, let's look at the granular approach in lockdowns. And I felt that our lockdown, when we locked down the entire Luzon, really shook the entire business community. And that was the start of the pain being felt by many of our MSMEs. Sari-sari stores at that point, during that was one of the strictest lockdowns. We're all closed. Carindieres were all closed. Malls were all closed. And that went on for what? Almost 2.5, 3 months. Now, when you have that kind of lockdown, it is very serious. Because remember, prior to that, the years and the months before that, everybody was extremely bullish. We saw a huge growth in our country. Large corporations were expanding. Everybody was putting up a casino. Condominiums are sprouting all over. I mean, we were already doing our massive infrastructure buildup on roads, bridges, airports. I remember NAIA, I was involved there. We were trying to bring a consortium to win the NAIA, and there were talks of Cavite being the next airport. So there was so much optimism, and so much people put their bets in tourism. A lot of hotels were being built, and as if that, the Philippines, indeed at that time, was riding very high. We were growing. Secretary Dominguez was really managing, to my mind, the fiscal balance sheet of the Philippines. And he was prudent enough to be at times frugal. And when the times up to push the investment, it was all happening. So many people borrowed money to grow their business. Then the pandemic struck. Many MSMEs also borrowed money. Then you have a lockdown that long. That was the first phase of the destruction. It was like a war wherein somebody dropped these bombs all over us and started to wipe out many of our MSMEs. Banks were affected, and primarily the microfinance institutions which lend directly to micro entrepreneurs. It's not the big banks that lend to micro entrepreneurs. It's the MFIs, the rural banks that lend to the entrepreneurs, especially the smaller ones. And these are the ones whose credit lines will disappear when there is a crisis. And when they have run out of money, where do they go? And many closed. Now, the second phase of this war, basically, we were confronted with frequent lockdowns. When the hospitals get full, we lock down. And then when things go better, we open up. Then we lock down, we open up. So it was a closed, open type of economy. And as Karl Chua said, you can see the effects. Yes, the medical advisors and the doctors were very conscious of trying to save lives, and that was their role. And as doctors, I would do the same. But as businessmen and as an advisor to the president, our challenge is how do we open up the economy safely? And many times that battle would be there, and the constant friction between saving lives and livelihoods will always be there. But in the end, I said, you cannot choose whether you save lives or livelihoods. You have to save both. 2 children drowning in water, what do you do? Save one or the other? You try to save both. That is the only way, I believe. Fast forward to this time, the development of vaccines started to be of reality. And last year, November 27, we were offered the opportunity to bring the first vaccine in the country. Of course, Sinovac was already coming in, sometimes unofficially, donations. But the tripartite agreement that was signed and formed by Secretary Galvez, myself, and Lotis Romin of AstraZeneca was the first tripartite agreement with the private sector. 17 million doses were purchased by the private sector, and we brought in 39 LGUs to take part in this first move of securing AstraZeneca vaccines. At that early point, the government could not buy these vaccines because AstraZeneca did not have MHRA approval, which is the equivalent of FDA. It was still under experimental, and they were supposed to get their MHRA, but they did not. But of course, AstraZeneca was requiring people to already put money in, or else lose the opportunity to purchase. And fortunately, a lot of the business conglomerates came in, supported it, and we were able to purchase at a very good price of $5 per dose. To me, it's the lowest vaccine that we ever purchased. And we decided to donate at least half of what we bought to the national government because we were very appreciative of their efforts. So Secretary Galvez indeed did his job, I'd like to say. He purchased Sinovac much earlier because he felt that the big brands will be hard to buy, and he secured these Sinovac doses. And in the end, you will see that he was correct in that decision. Because if we waited for all these other brands to come in, then many people would have been left unprotected. And that's, to my mind, saved a lot of people. So the vaccines became the next game. And to me, this is the real game, the game changer that will give us now the best opportunity to really coexisting with COVID-19. Now, things changed. Vaccines have now had breakthroughs, whether Moderna, Pfizer, Astra, Sinovac. Yes, Delta changed the game entirely. When Delta came here, it was a totally different picture. The past variants, okay, we had surges, we were able to control it. It was nothing compared to what Delta is. Delta was the real variant that has caused even much greater harm for all of us. But fortunately, the vaccines, while they have breakthroughs, they were at least able to protect people from severe infection and hospitalization. Now, what is the game plan? It's very simple. At that point in time, the area of focus was the National Capital Region, NCLR. We did not have enough vaccines because Moderna and Pfizer were not coming in at that point in time. Even AstraZeneca, till today, the deliveries are only 4.5 million out of 17 million ordered. So that's just basically, 25%. Hopefully, between now till the end of the year, more deliveries will happen. And it's what's happening today with Pfizer and Moderna. More deliveries are going to happen. So moving forward, these vaccines are just going to scale up in arrivals, and it's happening right now. We have fully vaccinated at least 80% or even higher of the NCR area, which is extremely good, because from that point you can see that as we do that, the what I've been always calling the bakuna bubble. What is a bakuna bubble? If we look at the bakuna bubble, this is what creates your defense. So if we look at two areas, the family bubble and the negosyo bubble comprise basically the entire bakuna bubble. So what the family bubble is your family, your parents, your brothers, sisters, your extended family. The goal is to get everybody in that bubble fully vaccinated. And in the business bubble or the negosyo bubble, this is the very reason why the private sector bought Moderna and AstraZeneca, is for us to inoculate our employees and their family members. So you strengthen both. So it's either if you don't have a business or you don't work for a company, you will be captured in your family bubble. And if all the businesses here have created their bubble, and they are doing that, and it's very conscious in their mind that they want to inoculate 100%. So close to about 600 companies join this effort now. If you count Moderna and AstraZeneca here, it may be even close to 1,000 companies that participated in this major effort in vaccinating the employees. The vaccination rate within the private sector is anywhere between 90% to 100%, very high. Now, the LGUs, which really take care of all the families, if you look at it all over the country, this is where the governor, the mayor, the barangay captain play a very important role. Similar role in the private sector wherein I, the CEO, my executives, my managers, supervisors, foremen, we all go down to the rank and file. We show them that we took the vaccine. We try to counteract all the negative publicity that was brought up by the anti-vax or people who have doubts in taking the vaccines by giving them the right information. And that is why our percentage of vaccine acceptance is high, because we move and we talk to the people and we share the information, the correct information. In the same manner, our men in government should do the same thing with the families, because the entire Philippine population is composed of families. So if everybody strengthens the family bubble and pushes the leader of the family, it should be normally the husband or the wife or both of them, should really emphasize the importance of taking the vaccine. And if we are able to do that, then that bubble becomes stronger. So we've seen NCR succeed. You can see the cases coming down. Now, last August, the private sector took a very different role. It was a daring move. I will never forget this, because not everybody in the private sector agreed with my move, together with some of the other business organizations, to call for a 2-week early lockdown. It was the craziest thing for somebody to think of, especially saying that I'm going to shut down my restaurant, I'm going to shut down my factory for a while, for 2 weeks. So we did that. Why did we do that? Octa at that time told us they see cases moving up. My goal was to save the fourth quarter. And that was very important. Coming from 18 months, what is important is to ensure that the MSMEs survive. So between August or the last quarter, the most important quarter is the last quarter, because this is where you have Christmas, a time of spending, a time of celebration. And of course, election spending starts to kick off in the last quarter as well. So we did the lockdown. We saw the cases go up in September, and as predicted by Octa, cases will drop in October. True enough, the cases started to drop. And you can see now, the cases in the Philippines is what? Somewhere in the 4,800 in the entire Philippines, with maybe Metro Manila at about 1,000. And they see this even going down lower. So what has happened? What was the change? Basically, vaccines that have arrived are working, especially in NCR. Now, very clearly, that as this thing continues to go down, we can open up the economy. And I'd like to thank all the newspapers and the television companies for really airing our concern and why we should open up. As I told many of those members in the IETF, businessmen are also responsible. We did lock down in August, something that nobody would do. In fact, at that point in time, the government was going to retain GCQ. And in fact, I told Secretary Galvez, the mayors have joined us. We want to lock down. So I said, what's going to happen? I mean, I thought you will support. And he said, no, we will support. And indeed, the government joined in. And now we're enjoying the sacrifice that we did during that time is paying off today. And we hope that by the end of this year, things will really improve. You can see from the reports of all of these restaurants, spas, and all of that, business is coming back. The moment you open up, automatically the sales go up to 70%, 80%. People want to go out. People want to live a normal life. They're tired of being locked at home. And so you can see greater mobility. In the past, when I was shouting for give greater mobility to the vaccinated, everybody was criticizing me for being discriminatory. Why only the vaccinated? Why not the unvaccinated? The simple is that, as we see in all hospitals, the biggest number of people occupying the rooms in hospitals are the unvaccinated people. 75% of the occupancy comes from the unvaccinated. They are at the highest risk. So the strategy is allow the economy to open and use the vaccinated people to create that spending. You need mobility to create consumer spending. Without mobility, then there will be no spending. And it's a model that the Philippines cannot afford. When there is no spending, then how do you generate revenues that will fund all of these expenditures on health, which is amounting into the billions? As Secretary Chua pointed out, you can see the magnitude of the destruction financially to the entire economy. We have built roads, bridges, and all of that. I mean, they're the right investment. But the amount of money that we have spent in this pandemic will easily match or even surpass all of this money that we've spent in all of this capital expenditure. And for Philippines Inc., you have to look at Philippines Inc. as a company. Philippines Inc. has to generate revenues, or else it will have to increase its borrowings overseas. And then once we breach that level of borrowing and we fully leverage the Philippines without income coming in, then we're at debt. So then we will move into a deeper recession. And so that's what we want to avert. So we have to really look at that right solution. And the solution really is, as we achieve success in NCR, we now have to vax to the max in the provinces. The biggest challenge we have right now is the vaccine hesitancy in the provinces are extremely high, as per Octa research. So, and it's focused on basically the CDE population. Again, misinformation. People feed these people with the wrong information. Unlike in the private sector, we're able to combat that since we are able to reach the rank and file directly and correct this wrong information and hold town hall meetings with them. The same thing has to be done in the LGU, especially as we move down. The battle is not going to be in NCR. The battle will be in the provinces, where there is a very low vaccination rate. I'm glad that the IATF has given an incentive of 20% additional capacity for LGUs that have attained 70% and more, which means that like NCR, that they're at 80%, right now at alert level 3, which is 30%, they get plus 20% because we are at 80% for all business establishments within NCR. And if you have the safety seal, that's plus 10%. So when we move to alert level 2, that changes. That goes even as high as 80%. 50% for alert level 2, plus 20% for NCR because we were above 70%, then plus 10% for safety seal. So that goes up to 80%. So you can see the difference. We've pushed to allow the other business establishments to open, restaurants, spas, salons, etc., and cinemas. We worked really hard to convince IATF and DTI and all of that it's time to open up. The economic team in the IATF has always been for opening of the economy. Secretary Dominguez, Secretary Karl, Chua, Mon Lopez, etc. Of course, they can see the effects of what is happening. We cannot save lives and destroy the entire economy of the country, because then lives will be more lost because of hunger, because of social unrest and all of that. So it has to be a balance. We have to save both. So the game plan that we have in place is really reduce vaccine hesitancy, focus really on now in the other areas that were deprived of the vaccines, because we prioritize the vaccines to NCR. Now we have to push now. Close to 6 million doses, according to Secretary Galvez, will be arriving now until maybe the end of the year, or slightly up to January, February. That's a lot of vaccines. And my concern is, if we are not as effective in deploying these vaccines to the provinces and getting them to inoculate themselves, then we're at a mess, because these vaccines would spoil. They have a shelf life. We have to vaccinate everyone. Those who want to get vaccinated, while, okay, we have the hierarchy, okay, the seniors and all of that, okay, the priority. My point is that we have the supply, just open up. Just have a fast lane for the seniors, for the immunocompromised, and have other lanes for the rest. Because I believe that vaccine hesitancy in the provinces, unless addressed, it is going to be a slow turnout. So it is not enough that NCR hits 80% or even 90%. We have to get the entire Philippines, both the family bubbles of the entire Philippine Republic, every single family group should be fully vaccinated. And all the business establishments all over the country, all the entrepreneurs who own businesses have to vaccinate their employees, either through their own funds or use the LGU to fund and pay for the vaccines, which is still being done. So in simple is that we have to mobilize people of influence, the CEOs, the LGUs, the governors, and all of them to use their power and strength to push close to vaccine mandate. I mean, in America and other countries, they required all people working for government to be vaccinated or they get fired. In our country, I think this is where we have to put a stronger stance, because the life and livelihoods of people are at stake when many are still unvaccinated, because then the hospitals in the next surge will go up. And when it goes up, then we lock down and we're back to square one. So to destroy that cycle, then we have to inoculate everyone, 90%. Why? Because even if the infections go up to 10,000 people, but if 80 to 90% of the entire country is fully vaccinated, they won't need to go to the hospitals. They can work and they can stay at home and get well. Similar to what happened with my family, 7 of the house help got sick, got infected, fully vaccinated, brands, Pfizer, Moderna, and Sinovac, they were all at home and got well. So that is the benefit of the vaccine. Yes, there are breakthroughs, but it will prevent hospitalization, which hospitalization will prevent lockdowns. And that is the game plan that we have planned. On top of that, we are now pushing for tourism. It's about time that we revive this sector before it dies. The airlines ask for my help to help them have more mobility. The planes cannot be parked on the ground. They have to be spending more time in the air. PALA's filed for Chapter 11. It has commitments. And I was telling our friends in ITF and, of course, Dr. Ed Salvania, if we don't get PAL to fly often and other airlines, we will lose all these airlines. We lose these airlines, we lose tourism. We lose so many things. Business travel will be greatly affected. The economy will go into plunge. So I'm glad that, they have responded. Reduce quarantines, again, is what we moved for. We pushed for 5 days. 5 days was granted. 5 and 7 days. 5 days for the vaccinated and 7 days for the unvaccinated. But now we're pushing that as they want to allow green countries come in with no quarantine, but it's actually useless because many of these countries that really come to the Philippines are not part of the green list. So North America, UK, Europe, etc. are not part of the green list. So now we are in the stage of recommending that North America be part of a pilot study if they don't want to put North America in the green list. And try to implement this hopefully by soon, because many people want to come home. Many balikbayans want to see their families and spend Christmas with them. They never know when this will be the last Christmas. As we can see, so many people have died in the last 19 months. And many of our friends and close families have passed away because of COVID. This is one of the most challenging moments in our life. And I've seen so many families not only affected by death, but by, issues on money, issues on savings disappearing. So we have to turn this thing around. And the only way to turn this thing around is to really open up the economy safely. And the way to do it is really vaccinate to the max as many Filipinos as possible, targeting 80% and higher. And then coexisting with COVID is going to be easy. We should never remove the face mask and remove the social distancing, even if we achieve a sense of normalcy. And I believe this Christmas, we will succeed. It will be a great Christmas for everyone. This infection level will continue to go down. Yes, there is always a risk of it coming back. And that's why business has to be vigilant. We have tied up with Okta to be our eyes, basically. They have one of the best data analytics mathematicians in their team. They have great doctors as well. So Okta has been a great leader, and many of the newspapers cover Okta more than you rely basically on their word, or else they will not even hit the headlines. They have called it quite often pretty accurate. So these people are doing it. They're not charging us anything. They're doing it for free for country. So they will help us navigate. They are now watching if there will be any surges so that we will be told when to react. So I am extremely bullish. I think we will be able to cross over to the year 2022 with full of confidence and full of hope. And I'm very confident that next year, even as the next administration takes over, they will not be taking over with a huge problem. The game plan and the strategy are in place. Vaccinate, vaccinate, vaccinate to the max, and focus on those sector which has the highest level of vaccine hesitancy. Thank you again.
Thank you, Mr. Concepcion. Now I see why my father likes talking to you more than he does talking to me. Certainly, you make a much more interesting person to talk to. We do have, if you don't mind, a couple of minutes to ask questions, but I'll have my co-moderator, Ben Kritz, ask the first one. Ben?
Yeah, I have a couple of questions for you, but let me ask you the sticky one first. And I think you kind of touched on this, but I sort of want to nail you down. There's been a controversy in recent days about the no jab, no work. Some companies are, willing to keep employees out, or in some cases not even pay them if they're not vaccinated. The Department of Labor seems to have flip-flopped on that. What do you think? Where do you stand on that?
Well, the TUCP came out by saying that some companies actually are not paying their employees. They're fining their employees who are not fully vaccinated. So our network of close to 480 companies who bought AstraZeneca, we sent out a note. And of course, everybody just laughed at it. Nobody is stupid to do that. That's illegal. I don't know where labor is getting that idea. Maybe what they're referring to is that those who are not vaccinated and not employed, they're not hiring them. I think it's very clear, the statement of a couple of people in IETF, and Secretary Galvez, I think, is one of them. Secretary Bello is also another one, who said that, well, if there are 10 candidates and 3 of them are vaccinated and the rest are not vaccinated, but they're not my employee, of course, the employer has the right to choose the 3 people who are vaccinated. So that's not violating any law. And I think that's supported by Secretary Bello. Number two, I texted him, and maybe this is where the idea of mandating the employees of the high-risk business establishments started. When I texted him and told Secretary Bello, because I wanted to see how we can mandate employees who work in very labor-intensive sectors like semiconductor, BPOs, call centers, and even POGOs. These are all people who are really in a very per square meter, number of people per square meter is extremely high. The risk for the unvaccinated is high. I was suggesting to him, but why don't we mandate vaccine for this? And he said that's not possible. Then I told him, okay, Sec, the high-risk business establishments where we lobbied for, and our group lobbied for that only vaccinated can enter and dine in or enter a spa, a parlor, a cinema, etc. It would not be correct if the employees of that establishment are not vaccinated. So, and that's where I think that announcement was made. That note I sent him was maybe a day or two before that announcement in the newspaper. And I think what he meant there is not to fire them. He clarified that point. What he said is that the employer of that business establishment can ask the person to not to fire him. He's still an employee, but just to stay out of the premises. In other words, don't report for work. So basically, no pay since he cannot perform the task of being a waiter. He doesn't get paid, and that's not taken against the company, which I thought was correct because he referred to basically the IATF rule where business establishment can only allow fully vaccinated people as customers, which implies that if you're asking your customers to be fully vaccinated, you expect that your employees of that business establishment should also be fully vaccinated. It's not correct that just the customer should be fully vaccinated and the waiter serving the fully vaccinated is not vaccinated. So that is what he is pushing for. And I don't know if that has qualified and it has been enacted as approved. No, I might still be being challenged by Secretary Guevara. I'm not aware, but that is the last position that I remember.
Sir, there's a question here from the audience, and I suppose it has to do with additional programs the government may have, or that maybe that you are recommending for the government to consider additional programs to fund those SMEs that have closed down. I suppose the question has to do with, besides what the government has done already, what else can they expect to help those particularly that have closed down during the pandemic?
Well, one thing that the government, I think, is going to throw a lifeline on is on the 13-month pay. That's going to be a very big challenge for many of the MSMEs, to cough up the 13-month pay when they have been shut down for many months this year. And I think they are willing to provide a loan to these entrepreneurs to be able to pay their employees the 13-month pay. I think DTI is working on that.
Interesting. Do we have a figure or an estimate on how how much that facility needs to be? Do we have any ballpark figures?
No, I don't have that, but you can imagine that's quite a huge amount.
I was going to say,
that's a huge amount. Yeah, it's a substantial amount. If you're looking at just the micro, small, and medium enterprises, which employ anywhere between, I'd say,
about
one person to that's a lot. That's a lot. No, so I don't think banks, unless they still have enough collateral to be able to borrow, I don't think the banks will provide that without any collateral on that additional lending for the 13-month pay. So if that's not provided, many of these MSMEs will not be able to fulfill the 13-month pay.
Right. Sir, last question. I was wondering, what new initiatives government needs to come up with because of the changes that we saw during the pandemic. We mentioned earlier that there's been, as you said also, there's been a shift toward digital. I was wondering, what new policy should be considered now to help the MSMEs thrive in the future, the post-pandemic era?
The only way that we can really, we need to bring back confidence.
Okay.
And why do I say that? If the banking community doesn't have the confidence that we have a good handle on this health crisis that we're faced with, nobody's going to lend money aggressively. I mean, they'll go back because many of these banks have restructured the loans. But if they start to see that we have open tourism, that there are now people coming in, we've reduced the quarantine time, or we have eliminated it, we're now allowing more business establishments with higher capacity, especially in alert level 2, the capacity will go up to 80%. Then you will have more confidence, especially from the banking community. You will have consumer confidence as well, that, things are happening, going back to normal, more economic activity, more mobility. So in the past, I used to be criticized about, why just the vaccinated and unvaccinated? Now there's no more criticism about discrimination. Even in media, when people are you're discriminating, that line has been removed. So it's very clear that giving greater mobility and leeway to the vaccinated has been accepted. Discrimination is slowly disappearing. And if we push that and we allow the economy to open up and move back, because it bounces back right away, then definitely people will start to lend. People will start again to invest.
Yeah.
That's what you have to get. And confidence, people will start to buy condominiums. Right now, you see the cranes not moving. But as people start to have money, then banking, people will take the risk.
Right. Well, sir, thank you very much for your time. Perhaps you have a final message or some final thoughts you'd like to share before we move on?
Well, again, I'd like to thank, Manila Times for really supporting all our initiatives. Without your help, I don't think we would have reached this level of opening up. You've been a great supporter, and together with the other newspapers as well. And I'm very bullish. I still believe that in the end, we will really have a happy Christmas. We are asking government to please get all the children. We have the doses. We have Moderna in the cold storage. We have a lot of Moderna with us. Let's start to implement vaccinating our children 12 to 17. That's very important. And those vaccines that are soon to wane because their durability, like in Sinovac, is at 4 months, and other vaccines, we have to now prepare for the booster shots. We have also the vaccines in storage, and we have the vaccines also arriving. AstraZeneca vaccines of 3 million doses, which we donated to the government. The government is willing to give that back to us and not receive it anymore as a donation. So we have 3 million AstraZenecas that can be used for boosters. So let's vaccinate our children. Let's not break the chain of protection, because as vaccines wane, we have to give the booster right on time so that there is no breach in that infection, because we have created already a wall of defense. So let's not break that chain. Right. And again, I'm extremely bullish. I feel that we will bounce back. I am not, maybe my numbers are not as high as, the numbers that Secretary Chua are quite scary. I think we will not reach that level. That is a mind-boggling number. 10 years of suffering. I'm more optimistic. I believe investors will come back the moment they see the Philippines back on track.
All right. Well, thank you very much for your time, sir. And say hello to my dad when you talk to him.
Thank you.
Okay. Ben, would you care to introduce our next guest?
Be happy to. Our next speaker is Dr. Ndiame Diop, who is the World Bank Country Director for Brunei, Malaysia, the Philippines, and Thailand. He's had that position since the 1st of July of 2020. He oversees the World Bank program in these 4 countries and leads a policy dialogue with government counterparts, civil society, academia, and other partners. He is a 20-year veteran of the World Bank, has worked in East Asia, the Middle East, and North Africa, South Asia, and Sub-Saharan Africa. Prior to his current role, he was for 4 years practice manager for macroeconomics, trade, and investment for East Asia, providing technical and strategic guidance to the economic team working in Southeast Asia and the Pacific region. region. Before that, he was the lead economist for Indonesia, leading the economic policy dialogue and the bank's advisory and development policy lending support to Indonesia. Earlier in his career, he worked as the lead economist for Jordan and Lebanon and World Bank resident representative for Tunisia. He is a native of Senegal, and he joined the World Bank in 2000 following the completion of his PhD in economics that very same year. Would you please join me in welcoming Dr. Ndiame Diop, sir.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon to everyone. I do want to start by expressing my thanks and deep appreciation to Mr. Dante, to you, Ben, Kritz, and to Manila Time for inviting me to this prestigious event. It is also a real pleasure joining the stage alongside the distinguished speakers that you have lined up today. I think the theme of this event, moving forward despite COVID, is a very important one and a timely one. The World Bank just published a regional report called Long COVID, in which one of the key messages is the need to learn to live safely with the virus. In my presentation this afternoon, I will try to sketch out a few ways in which I think we can try to do that effectively. But let me first start with the recovery process we are seeing in the region and the risk we are seeing in the outlook horizon that may complicate, if they materialize, the job of policymakers and business players in this region. The growth recovery is underway, as you can see in this chart, in East Asia in particular. But the pace of the recovery is uneven. And the projections that we made in April had to be downgraded due to the surge experienced by most countries in this region in July and September. China's near-term outlook has worsened most recently. So overall, the picture is one of a definitive recovery, but one that is uneven and with some areas of uncertainty. Now, going forward, there are many downside risks to the outlook that is already quite modest. And the largest threat really remains the possibility of new variants and new waves, God forbid. But that is really something that is in the realm of possibility. But in addition to that, inflation and faster normalization of monetary policy in the US could also complicate policymaking in East Asia. Let me elaborate on that second point in the next two slides. First, supply chain disruptions and commodity prices increase are indeed driving global inflation. Major disruptions in the global flow of goods linked to factory closures and gloomy demand forecast a few months ago, as well as lack of shipping containers, are leading to shortages of essential inputs such as chips, but also delaying the delivery of goods. Now, these supply side bottlenecks in the face of a strong pent-up demand around the world are already fueling inflation. In the US, headline inflation rose to 5.4% in September, the highest we've seen in 13 years. Now, in turn, higher inflation, or rather higher inflation expectations, could lead to early monetary policy normalization in advanced economy, in particular in the US. And that would not be very good for global growth recovery. We all hope that the global inflation is temporary, but if it is not, it will slow down global recovery for sure. The slide here shows that 100% increase in US interest rate, 100 basis points, of increase in US interest rate would reduce investment and growth in developing and emerging economies through capital outflows and higher borrowing cost. So the global recovery picture is a real one. It is happening and it is ongoing, but there are many uncertainties still, and certainly more risk seen than a few months ago. So let me now turn to the Philippines. I will not expand a lot because Secretary Karl provided an excellent presentation on the Philippines already. But I'd like to highlight maybe two key points. One is that the pandemic and the lockdowns have had very large impact on firms, and in particular for micro and small firms. As you can see in this chart, this is not only true for the Philippines, this is true for all countries in the region with a few exceptions. Now, the pandemic has also exacted a heavy toll on household and individuals. And there are many aspects to this. One of them is job losses linked to lockdown, and that has consequences in terms of food security. And we've seen in all countries in the region that job losses has really been associated with an increase in food insecurity. And this graph shows the food insecurity for households that have lost their jobs, or households with individuals that have lost their jobs. And this has happened despite the fiscal transfers that we've seen across the region. In the case of the Philippines, the Social Amelioration Program and other transfers in 2021 have definitely helped millions of households, as our surveys show. Poverty and food insecurity would have been much, much larger in their absence. However, social assistance delivery challenges are a real issue, and they have delayed the benefits for in some areas. Now, the other aspect of the impact on household is related to school closures. And that has led to learning losses. And you can see that in all the countries in the region, we've seen quite significant learning losses in terms of numbers of years of quality adjusted learning. And it's quite sizable in the case of the Philippines, as you can see. Now, the key question is what can be done going forward? And I think the previous speakers have really eloquently spoke about some of the critical areas. So I'd like to emphasize perhaps three transitions to manage. You can call it perhaps the 3 T's. And then 4 resilience building medium-term priorities. The first transition is the one toward a benign COVID. Now, faster and more widespread vaccination, as well as transmission control, will directly help the economy and job recovery, as was mentioned earlier by Mr. Concepcion. And the analysis we've done has shown that a 10 percentage point increase in a country's vaccination coverage is associated with approximately 0.5 percentage point increase in quarterly GDP. So that means that reopening will definitely help jobs and the economy, as was said earlier by both Mr. Concepcion and Secretary Karl. Now, this positive correlation is underpinned by the negative correlation between vaccination and severe cases and deaths. So we cannot overemphasize the importance of getting everybody vaccinated for going back to normal. Now, the second transition is the one in the job markets. The Philippines job market is highly responsive to lockdowns. That's what we've observed. When you lock down, you lose jobs. And when you reopen, you have a very rapid rebound in the job market. And that was, I think, highlighted by Secretary Karl. And this augurs very well for household welfare when the economy fully reopens. At the same time, many workers are changing occupation because of the differentiated impact of COVID on different sectors and the differentiated pace of recovery across sectors. So it will be really important to equip workers with the relevant training and redeployment skills so that they can find jobs in the sectors that are expanding, because some sectors will likely operate with some overcapacity for some times, and will not have the absorption capacity or the capacity to absorb as many labor as before, and those labor would be released and could be employed by other sectors that are expanding, such as sectors related to e-commerce, logistics, BPOs, etc. So having some flexibility in the labor market would be really important to really support this allocation or reallocation of labor across sector. It is important also to develop the skilled workforce for growing and frontier sectors which we are seeing expanding during the pandemic. And these are digital skills, health, and social care. Important also to diversify and promote online delivery of skills development. And this is related to apprenticeship, TVET, SAH, etc. And then to strengthen qualification and accreditation for labor mobility and migration. It is very fortunate that TESDA and DOLE are working on all of these. And I think these are really important to support the transition in the job market in the short term. Now, the other transition, the last transition that I wanted to mention is the one that children and students will be undergoing with the recent decision to start gradually and safely reopening schools. So that is really very important for families, and safely reopening the schools will definitely help mobility, will help indirectly the economy, will help food security for some low-income families. But it's important to really accompany it, as the government has announced. It will be also important to perhaps support the implementation of DEPED's alternative learning system, because many students have dropped out, and it is not clear how many of them will go back to school. So I think the Philippines is fortunate to have a program addressing that very issue already in place. And then finally, many students will still be in a hybrid mode. So access to internet and to electronic devices for all the students in hybrid learning is really critical. And there, the contribution of local municipalities, barangays, provinces, the national government, and the private sector will be really, really critical. Now, those are the three transitions that we see really critical to manage in the short term. Going forward in the medium term, there are 3 or 4, I would call them resilience building priorities, really, really important. The first one is the strengthening of Philippine social assistance delivery system. COVID-19 has really shone a spotlight on the importance of having a state-of-the-art, efficient social protection system, so as to respond very quickly, efficiently to shocks. The Philippines is fortunate to have the 4P program, which is a strong one, covering a bit more than 4 million people, but it needs to be continually enhanced by promoting early start, ensuring case management, enhancing adaptiveness to respond to shock, and also expanding the program. Targeting is important, so beneficiary targeting can be improved by a full adoption of the PhilSys for social assistance delivery, and developing a dynamic social registry. The experience of many countries in the region has shown that countries that have had that system in place have been much more able to rapidly extend support to struggling families and reduce the extent of food insecurity than countries that did not have the system. Now, it is also important to really accompany some of the reforms on the digital use of digital payment system that is ongoing. So the good news is that DSWD is really focused on this, and the World Bank actually has a very important and large project that is geared toward supporting DSWD in building a state-of-the-art social assistance or social protection system, leveraging the PhilSys digital payment and a really very good dynamic social registry. So we hope that, with the implementation of these reforms, the Philippines will be much more efficient and fast in absorbing the fiscal resources that were provided and extending support to families that are in need. Now, the second resilience building priority is the acceleration of digital adoption. COVID-19 has really already led to a formidable rise in digital adoption, including in the Philippines. We can see BPO revenues increasing, and employment in the BPO services has increased. E-commerce is expanding very rapidly, and the use of electronic payment has really increased. If you look at the numbers now and you compare them with just 2019, it's really, really impressive what we've seen, a complete turnaround. But the digital world still excludes a large number of people and businesses in the Philippines. Just too many people, especially the less trained, the less educated, those that live in some lagging provinces, are really not part of this digital economy. And this really denies them of the opportunity to earn income through the virtual economy and to learn, and for their children to also be educated in a hybrid system. I would really do think that this is absolutely critical. And the contribution of everybody in supporting this is also important. The third priority relates to something that Mr. Concepcion very eloquently spoke about earlier, which is to help the micro and small firms grow in the Philippines. In the short term, it is important to continue supporting the firms as governments and central bank around the world have been doing, and the Philippines is no exception. A lot of support has been given, but it's really important to anticipate and to really strengthen the resilience of micro and small firms more naturally, especially given the long-term limitations of continuing financial support in an environment of fiscal space that is sort of declining. So it is really important to implement reforms to strengthen the business entry and lower the cost of running a business, and also lower the cost of hiring people, etc. So this is important, and growth in high growth businesses are really sensitive to the business climate and the business environment. So there are a few things that could be done to help, and the Philippines should prioritize perhaps reform that simultaneously promote accelerated economic recovery, at the same time addressing the prevailing structural issues holding back long-term competitiveness potential. And just to name a few, improving access to finance by improving the credit reporting system, the collateral registry, and credit guarantees would be critical. Second, promoting business entry and formalization by streamlining registration and lowering compliance costs in tax and fees payment and permit issuance procedures will be very helpful. Third, leveling the playing field in restricted sectors by removing barriers to competition. And then finally, supporting the diffusion of digital technology by supporting e-commerce enabling regulations related to cybersecurity, data protection, consumer protection, among others. Well, we really think these are really important reforms that in the long term will help many, many more micro and small firms grow and join the rank of the medium-sized firms. And what makes the private sector less resilient today is that the Philippines has really very large groups, large firms that are very sophisticated, cutting edge, with access to global financial market, and very resilient. And then at the basis of the pyramid, you have thousands of micro firms and small firms that are really struggling to gain, to sort of join the middle rank and to grow. And I think helping those micro and small firms to grow will be a good recipe for strengthening the resilience of the private sector more generally in the Philippines. Now, finally, diversifying the economy is something that could definitely help the Philippines going forward. And here, the idea is to leverage some of the game-changing structural reforms implemented by the government, including the build, because infrastructure is really important for firm deployment and for the business environment of firms, but also some of the economic bills, such as the Kritz and the remaining economic bills in Congress. So that package really creates an environment where you can envisage more investment flowing in and the possibility of diversifying the economy really. But rather than narrowly focusing on individual sectors, I think those reforms that I mentioned, plus the rise of technology, suggest that a cluster approach would be better. The Philippines can leverage, for example, its existing electronic sector to expand into automotive and aerospace, since these two sectors are very heavy users of electronic inputs that is produced in the Philippines. So by thinking about those three sectors as a cluster to develop and to exploit the synergies that they have, I think you could really expand the pie in a more significant way and attract more investment, leveraging the advantage of having electronic inputs in the country. The other area that can be really developed is to leverage the strengths of BPO. Philippines is one of the strongest exporters of BPO services around the world, but more value-added services can be included vertically, but also horizontally. And to exploit also the link between BPO's services and advertisement, media, entertainment. We think that a cluster around BPO/advertisement, media, entertainment really is possible, exploiting the synergy between all these sectors. That would really expand the scope for job creation for the Philippines. And then finally, the Philippines is also very strong in terms of medical professions, such as skilled nurse. And by having a large stock of very well-reputed skilled nurses, some of whom have come back home, plus a strong BPO sector, you really have the environment to boost telehealth and to boost medical tourism. So I think this is possible, and this can be done. We are working with DTI to support them in pushing this forward. And we're really enthusiastic about this being able to support the competitiveness of the Philippines going forward. Let me conclude here. I think COVID has exacted a heavy toll on the economy, on firms and individuals, but it has also opened up the opportunity for all countries to reform and to make adjustments. And each of us, government, private sector, development partners, LGUs, etc., has a role to play because each of us can nudge forward the kind of forces, choices, and values that can change the world. Thank you very much. Let me stop here.
Okay, well, thank you for that, and I hope you can stay with us after our next two speakers. We'll have a brief question and answer session. Let's move right along to our next guest. Cosette Canilao is the president and CEO of Aboitiz InfraCapital, which is the infrastructure arm of the Aboitiz Group. As head of the organization, she sets the overall direction for the company and its business units, and spearheads business growth and strategy by building strong partnerships as well as driving the development of projects. She has over 25 years of leadership experience in public-private partnerships, investment and corporate banking, crisis management, and restructuring practice. She has held key management positions such as partner and practice leader at PricewaterhouseCoopers, director at Standard Merchant Bank Asia, and managing director at Atkins Acuity. She is perhaps best known for leading the Philippines PPP program from 2010 to February 2016, where she really put PPP on the map here in the country. Under her direction, the PPP Center was awarded the Gold Award for Best Central PPP Government Promoter in 2014, PPP Agency of the Year Award, and the Most Improved in Asia Pacific for PPP Readiness in 2015. And during her term, some of the best known projects that were put together under PPP were developed, including the NIAX, the Calex Expressway, the 15,000 classrooms of the PPP for school infrastructures, the Bulacan bulk water supply, Mactan Cebu International Airport, the civil registry system, the PITX, and the LRT1 extension, among other things. She is a graduate of with a bachelor's in business administration and accounting from the University of the Philippines in the Visayas, and has a master's in finance from the University of Philippines, Diliman, as well as executive education programs at the Harvard Business School, the Harvard Kennedy School of Government, and the Said Business School. Would you join me in welcoming Cosette Canilao?
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Thanks, Ben, and happy anniversary to the Manila Times. And thank you, too, for giving me the opportunity to share our vision and what we have been doing to help the country move forward amidst the pandemic. Now, to start with, please allow me to introduce the organization that I lead. Aboitiz InfraCapital is the infrastructure arm of the Aboitiz Group, whose enduring 100-year legacy is manifested in its purpose and brand promise to change for a better world by advancing business and communities. As a family-led business, the group, through its listed holding company, Aboitiz Equity Ventures, is one of the leaders in advocating good governance, inclusive growth, sustainability, and innovation. In Aboitiz InfraCapital, we are committed to serve as a building block of the economy to drive growth and in the different parts of the country and uplift the communities that are hosting our businesses. Through our industrial anchored estates, end-to-end water service businesses, digital infrastructure, and transport and mobility projects, we aspire to create long-term value for our customers, partner governments, and the communities we operate in. So while the world is being ravaged by COVID, the Aboitiz Group never really ceased operations, save for the initial weeks of hard lockdown. As a matter of fact, in InfraCapital, we launched 2 new businesses that would aid the country in coping with this pandemic. So as the world adapts to the challenges brought about by COVID-19, the society's need for efficient and reliable connectivity have become urgent and essential to daily lives, as the previous speakers emphasized as well. Unfortunately, the Philippines suffers from severe underinvestment in telecommunication infrastructure and has one of the lowest number of towers per subscriber in the world. So in line with our commitment to enable better digital connectivity, we launched our small cell sites business and a joint venture tower company. Our small cell sites business leverages on the Aboitiz Group's existing assets in high-density urban cities such as Subic, Cebu, and Davao to make it cost-effective and convenient for mobile network operators to deploy small cells attachments. Small cells are low-powered, short-range antennas that provide coverage and capacity meant to work in conjunction with the macro cell towers. We have rolled out over 300 small cell sites in Cebu and Davao for Globe Telecom and D2 Telecommunity. We also partnered with Globe for Connect Tayo Wi-Fi access points that provide affordable internet to underserved barangays. Meanwhile, Unity Digital Infrastructure, our tower sharing venture in partnership with the Swiss-based Partners Group, is an independent tower company that builds macro cell sites for the use of Globe Smart and Dito. In contrast to the status quo where mobile network operators own and operate their own towers, Unity builds and operates towers that can accommodate multiple sets of network equipment and will facilitate sharing between the MNOs. With these two businesses, we hope to address gaps in the country's telco infrastructure and digital ecosystem, and at the same time, usher in the adaptation of smart technology. This vision extends to how we want to grow our integrated economic centers or our industrial anchored estates. In addition to our land expansion plans, Aboitiz InfraCapital is also preparing to make Lima Estate in Batangas, Mactan Economic Zone, and West Cebu Industrial Park 5G ready through our small cell sites. We are also exploring investments in other digital infrastructure that would help usher in the transformation of our estates into smart developments. The combination of these digital infra and the corresponding services that use them, such as broadband, mobile data, and 5G, are critical components that will enable the automation of our locators' facilities, the adaptation of smart city technology, and applications around the Internet of Things. In essence, these digital infra solutions will serve as the backbone upon which we can transform our estates into smart cities. As we continue building these ambitious projects, we also understand the value of a stakeholder-centric approach, especially during these challenging times. We deeply care about our communities and engage them at the onset of project execution. We go beyond our contractual obligations and step up to manage issues such as having a safe working environment amidst the pandemic, among others. As part of the Aboitiz Group, we are also very committed to sustainability. By embedding ESG practices into our operations, we grow the businesses we are into and our stakeholders grow with us. For instance, through our subsidiary, Apo Agua Infrastructura, a partnership with the Davao City Water District, we are developing a sustainable 300 MLD bulk water facility that will provide safe water to over 1 million Davaoenos, with the mighty Tamugan River as the source. The project is also the first of its kind, with its water energy nexus component, wherein the hydropower from the river will be the energy source of the water treatment facility. Further proof of its high social acceptability, 90% of the project's construction manpower actually comes from the 5 barangays around the Tamugan River. In addition, it is through the support of the communities hosting us, the various government units, national and local, and DCWD, that we were able to secure 76 kilometers of rights of way through amicable means. To illustrate further how we are working with our stakeholders and host communities towards sustainable infrastructure and ecosystems, we have prepared this short clip for you.
At Apo Agua, our goal is to be the neighbor of choice for our partner barangays. We have developed strong relationships with our communities and have various initiatives and programs where we can stay true to the Aboitiz Group's mission of advancing business and communities. As this project will be delivering clean, reliable water to Davao City for the next 30 plus years, that Apo Agua and its partners take care of our watershed area. We conducted a biodiversity assessment study that we completed in 2020 through the University of Mindanao. And one of the interesting findings was the presence of certain species of dragonflies near our river, a very good indication that the water quality is very clean. Apo Agua is also currently working on the Panigan-Tumugan Watershed Baseline Study, a comprehensive 6-month multidiscipline study that takes into account water sampling, sedimentation sampling, that will allow us to identify contaminants in the watershed and develop an action plan to prevent agro-industrial activity from taking place. The end result of this study is to provide these recommendations to the Watershed Management Council and the Davao City Council to turn it into legislation to protect Mugan watershed. To solidify our commitment to this watershed area, back in 2018, Apo Agua adopted 50 hectares of land in Mount Tipolo. This is through the Adopt a Site program of our partner Davao City Water District in order to rehabilitate and reforest the area. Furthermore, Apo Agua and our team members have regularly participated in various tree planting activities in partnership with our host barangays. In 2019, Apo Agua started sponsoring a group personal accident insurance plan for the Bantay Bukid volunteers, our forest rangers for Davao City's watersheds. Apo Agua and Aboitiz Foundation was able to inaugurate a rainwater harvesting facility this year in Tabobong National High School, located in our host barangay. As part of our commitment to our host barangays, we also have a scholarship program that started in 2019 that provides high school financial assistance and college scholarships to the brightest minds of our community. As a client, we decided that we needed to support our contractor's manpower ramp-up in order to catch up on the construction timeline. We immediately reached out to various partner barangays in order to conduct town halls to fill the skilled and laborer workforce requirement. Apo Agua also partnered with the Davao City's Public Employment Services Office to hire our skilled workforce. We have been participating in multiple virtual job fairs as a partner employer. Both of these initiatives have delivered tremendous value, as they have been a significant source for our manpower ramp-up. We now have over 5,000 workers as of April 2021, compared to the under 100 workers just 1 year ago. Where various plantations and businesses near our construction site have closed down, our project has offered employment opportunities to the local community. More than 50% of our workforce hails from our partner barangays.
So, daghang salamat sa Apo Agua. Dako nga challenge sa ato ang project bisan sa atay pandemya. So daghan na hire as laborer sa ako ang barangay, which is dili kayo ma-feel nga naay ang pandemya, ang krisis, kay duna gihapoy trabaho ang mga tao. So amo kini among dako kayo nga pasalamat, dako kayo nga tabang sa mga katawhan. Dili lang sa Wines, sa Baguio District, tibuok Davao City.
Thank you.
At Apo
So in closing, infrastructure development and delivery remain to be very challenging, especially during these difficult times. Well-prepared feasibility studies are not enough to ensure success of implementation. It needs continuous collaboration and open communication, especially now, between government agencies, developers, investors, customers, and host communities, from policy development to project preparation and execution. It is only then that we can achieve a true PPP that will hasten economic recovery from this pandemic. That ends my presentation. Thanks, Ben, and thanks everyone for your attention.
Well, thank you, Cosette. Now, I understand that you have another meeting coming up, so I appreciate you taking some time to share that with us. And it's nice to see that you're still heavily involved in the PPP sector. I thought you did a pretty good job with it the last time. So
thank you.
Good to see you again, and thank you for joining us. Now, if I could, I'd like to introduce our final speaker for this afternoon. He is Mr. Randolph Montesa, who is he's a senior vice president and head of the Card and Electronic Banking Group of Land Bank of the Philippines, where he oversees the conceptualization, development, implementation, marketing, and management of Land Bank's electronic banking, debit, and credit cards, and other alternative products and service delivery channels. He is spearheading the payments and agent banking initiatives of Land Bank. Before his assumption as a CEBG head, Randy was the head of the IT project management office, where he spearheaded the establishment and implementation of a globally accepted standards and process-driven approach to project management. Prior to his joining Land Bank in 2003, his work experience includes following: project manager with the biggest and most recognized technology company in the world, as a technical support analyst with the world's largest enterprise software company, and a system manager with the Philippines' top airline company. Would you please welcome Mr. Randolph Montesa.
Thank you, Ben, and Mr. Ang. Good afternoon, everybody. On behalf of the Land Bank President and CEO, Cecilia C. Borromeo, and the whole Land Bank family, please allow me to congratulate the Manila Times on your 123rd anniversary celebration. It is indeed our privilege to be part of the celebration of your iconic newspaper that was established in 1898. Let me now share my screen. Can you see my screen now?
Yes.
All right. So my topic this afternoon is integrating technology to promote financial inclusion and digital payments. First, I will be discussing what financial inclusion is. The Philippine National Strategy defines financial inclusion as a state wherein there is effective access by all Filipinos to a wide range of financial products and services. Effective access not only pertains to physical access to financial products and services, but it also requires that these services are appropriately designed, of good quality, and relevant to lead to actual usage that can benefit the person using the said service. Essentially, financial inclusion has 4 pillars. First is the access, then the usage, and then the quality of the financial products and services, and then finally, welfare. It must result to benefiting the person using the said service. Essentially, financial inclusion is access to and usage of financial products and services that are appropriate, affordable, and advantageous. Recent empirical evidences and a growing number of literature indicate that access to basic financial services like savings, credit, and insurance makes a substantial positive difference in people's lives. Financial inclusion enables the vulnerable to step out of poverty. It also reduces inequality. Financial inclusion promotes savings, entrepreneurship, and investments. Financial inclusion also promotes the knowledge of and confidence to handle financial products and services. Financial inclusion also enables and empowers not just individuals, but also communities. Financial inclusion is also considered as an important component towards a broad-based economic development and inclusive growth. Essentially, an economy that includes everyone benefits everyone. Studies reveal that there are many barriers to financial inclusion. While obstacles and reasons vary from one country or region to another, several common barriers emerge that represent a mix of supply-driven and demand-driven factors. These are some of the most common barriers to financial inclusion. About 30% of the world's unbanked people have cited the lack of sufficient funds to maintain a bank account as their biggest barrier to financial inclusion. Irregular and unreliable cash flows further discourage poor people from availing of formal financial services. The financial isolation of the unbanked often results to their lack of financial understanding, which in turn leads them to further distance themselves from formal financial institutions. Having no formal credit history, the unbanked people have little or no opportunity of availing of credit facilities from formal financial institutions. The high costs of operating a bank branch in remote locations have led banks to focus on high-income areas, leaving remote and low-income areas neglected, which leads to the geographic distance barrier that we see today. Lack of identification is a big challenge for poor or illiterate people to comply with the Know Your Customer or KYC and anti-money laundering or AML requirements. And finally, financial institutions typically design their products and services with the most profitable market segments in mind. Since the poor is generally considered as not a lucrative market segment, oftentimes financial institutions do not develop products that are suitable for the poor. For the current state of financial inclusion in the Philippines, this is based on the latest BSP Financial Inclusion Survey. Only about 29% of adults aged 15 years old and above in the Philippines own accounts. The good news is that this is up from 23% in 2017. But obviously, there are more than 50 million Filipino adults that remain unbanked here in the Philippines. Technology, however, is able to drive financial inclusion. This is mainly due to its capability to provide more efficient and reliable financial services. Because of technology, more and more financial institutions are able to provide financial services that are more affordable, allowing more people to participate. Because of technology, financial services are also made available anytime, anywhere, whenever and wherever the people need them. Tech-enabled business models are also on the rise, allowing financial institutions to develop easy-to-use new products and delivery methods. With the coming national ID and biometrics, we will be able to simplify customer onboarding, unlike before where we relied mostly on paper-based manual customer onboarding. With big data and advanced analytics, the financial institutions are able to improve credit risk management, allowing them also to develop a more appropriate products designed based on data. And then finally, with the prevalence of social media, financial institutions are also able to enhance their services leveraging on social media. The financial inclusion strategy of Land Bank hinges mainly on the following. First, being present in areas where we are needed the most. Second, forging strategic partnerships. And third, leveraging on technology. Land Bank is the first and only bank present in all 81 provinces of the country. By far, Land Bank is the largest formal credit institution in the rural areas. We have more than 400 branches and more than 2,300 ATMs deployed nationwide. To further boost our capabilities to reach the so-called bottom of the pyramid, we have likewise forged strategic alliances with conduit and agent banking partners. And to highlight our agent banking solution, essentially, we have developed a solution, a portable solution using technology, which we feel addresses the 4 pillars of financial inclusion, which are, again, access, usage, quality, and welfare. Through our agent banking solution, again, we are able to deliver selected banking services through our agent banking partners in unbanked and underserved communities. This is through the use of a smart Android-powered device, which is essentially a guided self-service account and transaction processing solution, which makes it more accessible and more affordable to our target markets, especially in the unbanked and underserved areas. We require minimum opening amount, making it more affordable. It is also designed to be widely accepted at POS terminals. It can be used for e-commerce transactions, and it is contactless enabled. And I'll be talking about contactless payments in a bit. We designed it to be appropriate to the requirements of the unbanked people, where we do not require any maintaining balance. We do not also charge any dormancy fee. And it is secure with the EMV chip technology. And we have also enabled biometrics capture and authentication. So even if the poor or illiterate kababayans of ours forget their PIN, they can still transact using their biometrics and using their fingerprints. We are using API and cloud technologies, and taking into account all these things, we believe that this will definitely be beneficial to our customers. Using this solution, our agent banking solution, we also entered into a partnership agreement with the Philippine Statistics Authority for the PhilSys registrants account opening. Essentially, we co-locate in the registration centers of the Philippine Statistics Authority, and we have deployed our agent banking partners equipped with our agent banking solution. And through this portable solution, we are able to open transaction accounts for the unbanked Filipino adults. We have deployed more than 1,400 agent banking POS terminals. We are opening the accounts free of charge to the unbanked registrants. Through our solution, we are able to open accounts in as short as 3 to 4 minutes. To date, as of last week, we have opened more than 2.2 million transaction accounts, converting this number of people previously unbanked to now become part of the formal financial system. And our solution is scalable. As I mentioned earlier, we are running on the cloud, and to date we have been able to scale up. In one day, we were able to open more than 27,000 accounts. Another thrust of Land Bank to promote financial inclusion is in the area of technology, where the bank aggressively invests. This is to further widen and deepen our reach and to deliver innovative products and services to our clients. One of such products is the Land Bank Pay. The Land Bank Pay essentially is a mobile wallet which provides our customers with a virtual prepaid account. This is MasterCard branded, and therefore this account can be used for e-commerce transactions. Now, let me, since we are talking about letting the future begin, let us, in this slide, I would like the audience to get a glimpse of what is in store for us in the future. And by the future, I mean the not so distant future. We are working on these projects, and we are hopeful that by 2022, next year, we will be seeing more and more of these scenarios come into fruition. Let us look at the Daryl, the life of Daryl, who is a 30-year-old DTI, Department of Trade and Industry officer who's working in Makati. He lives in Quezon City and commutes each day to Makati. He has dependents in Cebu to whom he remits money. In a typical day of Daryl, he starts his day at around 5:30, 6 o'clock. And obviously, he ends it sometime around 7 p.m. But let us take a closer look at the things that he does from the time he starts his day up to the time that he ends it. He buys breakfast in the morning, goes to his favorite fast food restaurant, and he pays his breakfast using his Land Bank Pay. And he doesn't have to use cash because his Land Bank Pay is QR code enabled. He pays his breakfast. He hops on UV Express to commute going to work. During his commute, he gets a request for funds from his mother through his Land Bank Pay account. And using the same Land Bank Pay app, he transfers funds to his mother, doing an intrabank fund-to-fund, person-to-person fund transfer. Also during the trip, he gets an SMS from his SMS love note from his wifey, reminding him of their forthcoming anniversary in a couple of weeks. So what he does is he buys a gift for his wife online, again using his virtual Land Bank Pay prepaid accounts. Again, without the need to shell out cash. He finally arrives at his destination. He hops off the UV Express and makes his payment using his Land Bank Pay app, which is again equipped with the QR code capability. This is one of our projects that we are working on with another government agencies. Hopefully, we get to launch this later this year. And then in the office, Daryl starts work. Middle of the day, he books a joyride and then leaves for the office through his joyride, again using the same app. Arriving at the destination and attending the meeting, and after the meeting, he goes back to the office, takes a Grab, and pays his Grab ride, again using his prepaid account. He orders lunch online, again using his mobile app from Land Bank. Continues work after lunch. And then he gets a reminder to pay various bills, like utilities and also his real property tax for the government. In Land Bank Pay, we have more than 61 cooperatives, more than 51 utilities, including electric cooperatives and water districts. We have more than 123 schools and more than 150 LGUs. So he also pays for the real property taxes for their properties in Cebu as well as in Quezon City. He pays all this online using his app. Finally, at around 5:30, he ends work. Before going home, he buys grocery heads to the nearest supermarket, and once he's done with getting all the stuff that he needs, he pays using his phone through the near-field communication technology. Finally, he commutes via the MRT and pays again using the same Land Bank Pay mobile app, which is equipped with near-field communication. And once he reaches his destination, he hops off the MRT and heads home and ends his day. All these things are made possible through the use of the latest technology like the QR code and the near-field communication. So I end my presentation here. I would like again to thank the sponsors and Manila Times for giving Land Bank the opportunity to share our experiences and our journey. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Montesa. Dr. Diop had to go ahead to another meeting, and I understand our other guest, Ms. Cosette, is also, I think, being called to another meeting. So if you don't mind, I'd like to start this Q&A by asking the questions addressed for Ms. Cosette, all regarding the future prospects of Aboitiz. I admit that I'm also interested, being a minority shareholder in AEV, so what the Aboitiz firm is up to. But the questions from Edith is, will the Aboitiz group go into telco, be a telco competitor? A related question to that is, will the Aboitiz group plan to expand its infrastructure portfolio to include other projects such as tollways, railways, ports, airports, and other transportation facilities? And I guess somewhat related to that, citing the fact that you were formerly CEO of the Public-Private Partnership Center, what role do you see for PPP with regard to supplementing the government infrastructure projects in the future? Perhaps with regard also to Aboitiz, to the Aboitiz group. Ms. Cosette?
Thank you. I'll answer the third question first. First of all, I think the private sector will play a big role, in infrastructure development, and I do hope the government will go back to it, because we have the liquidity, we have the local liquidity, we have investors who are very knowledgeable about PPPs already, and even yourselves, the media help us, exactly, how bids are done. And the media is well versed already about that one. So it can attract, it can be it can have a big role in attracting foreign investors. And as what Secretary Karl mentioned earlier, there's still a huge infrastructure gap, not only now in the hard infrastructure, but also in social infrastructure, in the health facilities, and in digitalization of the government, especially, for example, the PhilHealth, right? So PPP can play a big role, and it's not only about financing. Again, it's more about private sector's innovation and the ability to develop ancillary businesses, ecosystems around the infrastructure. Now, the second question, if Aboitiz group would go into airports, we have several airports project, and I really wanted to unsolicited proposals, and we actually wanted to ask Secretary Karl earlier. One of the biggest drivers, I suppose, in reviving the economy is opening, reviving the tourism sector. And how do we do that? Domestic tourism, it's the airports, and as what I've shown earlier. in our Apo Agua project, in the midst of the pandemic, we were able to continue with the construction, hire a lot of people, and ensure that it's safe. The COVID protocols are there. Just imagine what we can do if we're given a gateway. How we can coordinate with the local government, with the communities in creating travel bubbles, right? It's not just talking about concept. And what I showed, the clip that I showed earlier, talks about, in government, I've been there. So we talk about the economic multiplier effect of the infrastructure. That was the real impact of having a big infrastructure project in Davao, not in Metro Manila, in other parts of the country. Just imagine if we have multiple infrastructure projects, not only in Manila, but Davao, Bohol, Laguindingan, or Batangas, right? So yes, we are still we have big plans, and we know we can do this despite COVID and in spite of COVID. We've worked closely with government as the group on how to contain COVID and how to help communities, Cebu, Manila, wherever, together with ART, the project of Concepcion earlier. Now, the first one, are we going to be a telco? No, we're not. We're only going to provide the backbone or the infrastructure, the passive infrastructure, for us to have better connectivity. And that's a very important part of the digital ecosystem. Secretary Chua talked about the national ID. Yes, that's only a part, but we need to have better connectivity. 5G fiber. So we do need to also fix the policies or clarify certain policies on the digital connectivity, so that the more private sector can also have that private sector can have a bigger role in terms of the digitalization of the country.
Right. So I guess as a brief follow-up to that, there's been complaints regarding the poor telecommunications infrastructure, and this goes into the divide between the rich and the poor. I think that Mr. Montesa and Secretary Chua was also trying to address in their presentations, just the lack of access by the poor to quality connections. The government made promises to streamline the process and create a one-stop shop. It seems to have accepted this one common tower policy. Are there any more policies, do you think, that the government should consider to help groups like Aboitiz to accelerate the rollout of some of these tower projects, even including yours, which is acting as an independent developer of this backbone?
Yes, I guess the other space that's hot right now are data centers, right? Okay. So I think we need to have a serious discussion with the DTI or the NTC on how we can make the environment more to create an enabling environment again for data centers to come in here in the Philippines. We see the subsea cables now coming in, right? So that's a big development, and we should take advantage of it. Now we've seen data centers sprouting in Malaysia, Indonesia, and of course Singapore, and we've seen Singapore limiting now the creation of more data centers. So there's really a big opportunity for the Philippines. So I do hope we have that dialogue soon with SecMon and of course the NTC.
Right, and I'd like to segue now to Mr. Montesa, because you talked about financial inclusion, but of course you need the infrastructure to help make that a reality. I was wondering if Land Bank is in dialogue with others in government to maybe propose ideas on how to roll out some of these plans that you presented today, or how to make them better, and very, very exciting stuff. Mr. Montesa?
Yes, thank you for that, Mr. Ang. Hello?
Yes.
Yes. Yeah, I sorry, I saw some feedback earlier. Yeah, definitely. As I have spoken earlier about in my presentation, financial inclusion really is viewed not only here in the Philippines but also globally as a very important component towards broad-based economic development. And to push this, as part of my presentation also is the use of technology. And we cannot really expect to promote digital payments if the underlying technology, specifically the telecommunications, is not reliable. Can you imagine if you do a fund transfer and it is not completed successfully because it gets disconnected somewhere? So definitely telecommunications and necessary infrastructure is very important. And aligned with that, there are a number of government initiatives pushing for this. First, of course, is the ease of doing business law, where all local government units are now mandated to move towards accepting online payments. Obviously, this has been accelerated by the COVID situation, but even without the COVID, the ease of doing business law has been enacted already. There is an ongoing discussion where the office of Senator Sonny Angara is championing the passage of a law that will again further accelerate digital payments, specifically for all government transactions. And aligned with that, the various government agencies are in close coordination with our DICT. But obviously, this is a major concern, a major area of concern, where a whole of government approach is necessary, not just the government, but the private sector as well, and all other stakeholders must do their share and chip in to ensure that the country moves forward in the right direction.
Okay, I've been hugging all of the questions. Ben,
yes,
you want to jump in?
I have a couple of questions, and I want to, if I could ask Cosette, I want to just bounce off of something that Mr. Montesa just said. Since you've been on both sides of the fence, from your perspective, he brought up the ease of doing business law. And of course, that covers a lot of facets of things, including the ARTA. How are things working out from your from your end as a developer? How has that improved, and where are there still gaps that need to be corrected? Because a big part of that was to be to be able to get things going a lot faster than it used to be. Is it working? And if it is, great. But if it isn't, what needs to be improved? And then I have a question for you too, Mr. Montesa, but that's on a completely different subject, so I'll let her go first.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, it is working, and we've used that to expedite some of the permitting process. But of course, there are several LGUs that still need more education about the ARTA law, and of course So a little bit of nudging, but it's working. It's working, and we're very thankful for that action.
Okay, that was a very diplomatic way to put that. Okay, Mr. Montesa, as you were having your discussion there, one thought that occurred to me, with the new developments in banking, and a lot of the stuff that Land Bank is doing are things that are complementary or similar to what a lot of the other banks are doing. The commercial banks are doing as well. Where does this leave microfinance? Because at one time that was really seen as the is the real answer to financial inclusion. And it seems to me that technology has kind of left that in the dust. Is that the case? Are you assimilating microfinance into the mainstream banking? If so, that's good. But does that still have a role in financial inclusion in the Philippines?
Well, yes, definitely. It is my personal view that microfinance is a very important element that can also spur financial inclusion. In Land Bank, for the longest time, we have made a conscious decision not to go into microfinance. In fact, in my presentation earlier, I mentioned that our strategy is really to partner with conduits like cooperatives who in turn re-lend to the individuals. So basically our strategy for several decades now is to partner with microfinance institutions where we lend to them, and these MFIs are the ones lending to the individuals. So definitely we view them as partners because obviously it is not practical for anyone, not even a government bank, to get into the 7,100 plus islands. So simply not practical. So we need to really partner with a lot of the different players, including infra players as well, to ensure that we get to the grassroots, to the bottom of the pyramid.
Mr. Montesa, I was wondering if we can talk about, land bank, some more of land bank's plans, because, as we shift to a more digital economy, I was wondering what are some of the discussions going on within land bank? Will there be a need for perhaps a consolidation of the government banks, or would it be better to have separate entities to be more agile? And when you talk about partnering with different entities, I was wondering, does that include consolidation with private banks, or maybe partnership with completely different companies like the Aboitiz group, or maybe some of the telco groups, because we're seeing a lot of mobile banking nowadays and things of that nature?
All right. So number one, regarding consolidation, I'm sure I can talk about this because this has been in the papers several months back. We are in the process of merging with UCPB, the Coco Bank. So we hope to complete the merger with UCPB hopefully within the next few months. So definitely that is in the horizon. With respect to the botched planned merger with the DBP, I guess the government has already made a decision on that. So we will continue to exist independently. Now, definitely, when it comes to partnership, especially in the banking industry, there has been a lot of developments, especially in ensuring that the industry proceeds towards more interoperability. Through the guidance of our Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas, through the National Retail Payment System, we are starting to see the adoption of standards that will promote interoperability. So in the very near future, as I have shown in one of my slides, we will see interoperability of the QR codes through the QRPH. So this will be true not only for person-to-person payments, but even for person-to-merchant payments. So in the past, when you go to Mercury Drug, you will see two different sets of QR codes that are not interoperable. But I am forecasting that within the next 12 months, we will be seeing just one interoperable QR code. Very similar to what we are seeing in ATMs. You may transact in an ATM of a bank which is not your bank. So very soon we will get to see all these things coming into fore.
Oh, very exciting. Ben, we have a lot more questions, but I think we're running an hour ahead of, in excess now. But
yeah, this tends to happen when we have these good forums with a lot of information. I suppose now would be now if we should offer our speakers a moment to share any final thoughts from the both of you. Mr. Montesa, you wanna go first?
I'd prefer that the lady goes first.
Okay.
That's a gentleman. Thank you.
And that's a land bank for you.
But my last thoughts, also similar to what the previous speakers mentioned, right? I guess we cannot not do anything at all because of the pandemic. There's still opportunity. There's a way to do business and to innovate and to create new establishments and to aid the economy. So we need to act a bit faster, not only because we have a pandemic and election is coming next year. It should be still business as usual. And I do hope also the public sector also have the same mindset.
Okay, how about you, Mr. Montesa?
Where us in Land Bank, we support all the initiatives of the government towards a more inclusive growth for everybody, whether we are in pandemic or not. So definitely we find the theme of this forum very, very timely. It's about time that we move forward, and we move forward in the right direction.
Okay.
All right. Well, we'll have to leave it at that. Thank you very much, Mr. Montesa and Ms. Canilao, and the other guests who unfortunately couldn't stay behind until this point of the program. Thank you, Ben, and I'll see you all at the next Manila Times Business Forum. Thank you.
Digital innovation is accelerating across all industries and markets as companies invest to differentiate themselves. However, this also increases a company's risk. The digital attack surface is much broader across endpoints, network edges, and the cloud. Data breaches and ransomware continue to increase in sophistication. With Fortinet, trust you are protected everywhere your people, devices, and data are. Fortinet offers broad visibility across the entire attack surface, an integrated platform to reduce management complexity, and automation for fast and efficient operations. Fortinet, making possible a digital world you can always trust.
To live a peaceful life is one of the great liberties our Constitution seeks to protect. Uncertainties about the future, however, can rob one of this freedom. Here at GLO, we aim to bring peace by removing that uncertainty. We specialize in litigation, corporate law, family law, aviation, among many others. We cater to hundreds of clients from all over the country and abroad. All of them we treat with the same level of commitment and heart, no matter the scale.
At the end of the day, we're all doing things in service of others. We do our work for the client, and the client came to us to ensure the peace and safety of their community, their employees, their loved ones, and it's that shared sense of family that sets our relationship with our clients apart. Our clients are going through some of the most stressful moments of their lives, and our priority is relieving them of that uncertainty, and instead lead them to become more hopeful and powerful with the most objective that they later become victorious and free from legal troubles.
We are a team comprised of people who are exceptional at what we do. All the lawyers in the team bring in a fresh perspective to the business, as well as that level of excellence our clients have grown to expect from us. We operate in a way that perfectly blends tradition and innovation. We pride ourselves in being able to adapt and keep up with the varying needs of our clients.
Every morning, we wake up knowing we can help at least one more person that day, not worry about legal troubles, about uncertainty. That gets us excited to wake up tomorrow and do it all again.
We are at the forefront of revitalizing the local economy, supporting marginalized and key sectors to accelerate our country's collective recovery. Amid challenges, we remain steadfast in providing accessible, responsive, and uninterrupted service. We leverage on technological solutions to address the evolving needs of our highly diverse customers in the new normal. We forge partnerships with other players to accomplish greater things and expand economic opportunities through collaboration and by working together. As a catalyst of growth, we continue to cultivate resiliency among individuals and families, businesses we assist to thrive, and communities we help transform. At Land Bank, serving the Filipino people and helping the nation grow takes center stage of everything we do. Land Bank, serving the nation.
Park Homes was formed from the partnership between Century Properties Group and Mitsubishi Corporation, having that goal to raise the standards of community housing in the Philippines without costing too much. Unlike other housing communities, First Park Homes has actually what they call the 4 C's. It's the brand pillars which they follow. It stands for complete, conceptive, connected, and convenient. Oh, complete because their homes are fully finished, which means the walls are painted, you got your complete flooring. This place is secure and you got provisions to expand. Basically, all you need are your furniture and you're ready to move in. How easy is that? Conceptive because First offers amenities which go beyond the basic. Get this. For every subdivision, there is a specific theme for the amenities which can be enjoyed by both young and young at heart. They have amenities that promote the arts, encourage good health, build social development, and strengthen the community. Like for example, in Bulacan, they have these life-sized board games. In Lipa, they have traditional Pinoy games, and they even have an outdoor cinema. I think it's really amazing that they're introducing unique amenities for families to enjoy. First aims to keep everyone connected to life essentials. Imagine, they even have a shuttle to bring you to nearby transport hubs. Now that is hassle-free. Lastly, convenient. Owning your first home is now easy through First's simplified buying process. Owning a First Park home is more than just an investment. It's your first home that lasts.
By the mission to serve millions of customers across retail. With diverse offerings, and brands. Integrated property developments across many locations. With new malls, residential projects, commercial properties, hotels and convention centers. Leisure and resorts. And in banking and financial services. To reach our customers. Embracing innovation. And committed to the happiness of our customers, to the development of our youth. In our aim for continued growth of our businesses and positive contribution to the nation.
Every single day, millions of people move around Metro Manila. Our vision is to be the commuter's choice in public transportation by providing a safe, reliable, efficient, and comfortable journey. The Ikot Manila app is now here to be your companion in your everyday LRT1 trip. Just create an account and easily navigate through all the useful information. Plan ahead, track real-time LRT1 train arrivals and departures. Know the exact fare per destination. Check the crowd situation per station. Click report for your feedback or reach us via the chat button for any assistance. While you're at it, why not check out our curated list of places of interest and rediscover Manila. Tara na't mamasyal, mag-food trip, at mag-shopping. Are you ready to get the most out of your train ride? Download the app now and have a better and more exciting trip.
With the COVID-19 situation we are facing, we at LRMC are doing everything we can to keep LRT1 safe for our passengers, employees, and partners. We have intensified our disinfection activities to make sure that high-touch surfaces and high-traffic areas remain sanitary. We've also invested in tools and technologies such as UV cleaning. At LRMC, we are always looking for opportunities to innovate and be more efficient and effective in keeping LRT1 safe and reliable.
Kami po ay nagpapatupad ng karagdagang alituntunin upang lalo pong mapangalagaan ang inyong kapakanan lalong-lalo na po sa panahong ito ng krisis dulot ng COVID-19. These additional health and safety protocols are consistent with our mission, which is to provide all of you a safe, reliable, efficient, and comfortable journey. We hope for your utmost cooperation and understanding. Ingat po sa biyahe.
first time that the Private Education Assistance Committee will be hosting a virtual conference. So the PhilEd conference actually happens every 2 years, and we tackle a lot of issues and challenges, especially for the private education sector. So for this year, as can be seen from the theme, we're talking about reimagining schools and learning beyond COVID-19. We all know where the private schools are at this time. School year 21-22 has just started, and we are all reeling from the effects of COVID-19 and how it disrupted school year 2020-21. So we'd like to hold this conference despite the difficulties and the challenges of doing a virtual conference, because we'd like the sector to come together to talk about how we can better respond to all of these disruptive situations such as COVID-19.